Billy Von Baum, and welcome to RedPillRhino. Today we'll be discussing a topic that has been the subject of numerous debates and discussions over the years: artificial intelligence, AI. Some experts believe that creating AI is similar to opening Pandora's box, while others are more optimistic about the potential benefits of this emerging technology. In this episode, we'll explore both sides of the argument and see if we can shed some light on this complex issue. AI is a rapidly evolving field that has the potential to change the world as we know it. On the one hand, some experts believe that AI could help us solve some of the world's most pressing problems, such as climate change, disease, poverty. However, others are concerned about the risks associated with creating super intelligent machines that could be beyond human control. As we delve deeper into the topic, we'll examine the potential benefits and drawbacks of AI and explore some of the ethical and societal implications of this technology. So, is creating AI really like opening Pandora's box? As we'll see, the answer is far from simple. While there are certainly risks associated with developing AI, there are also enormous potential benefits. As we navigate this complex issue, we'll need to carefully consider the risks and benefits of AI and work together to create a responsible and sustainable approach to this emerging technology. Join me as we explore this fascinating topic on RedPillRhino. Also, guys, I just wanted you to know I have some very exciting news. I'm planning on marrying my sex robot, and you are all invited to the wedding. Rhino will be my best man.
All right, and we are live for this episode. I hope you liked that intro. Billy worked hard on it, and I thought he did a great job. But who am I to speak for Billy? Billy speak for himself. How are you doing this evening, sir?
I am wonderful. I was downstairs in the kitchen getting a drink and before the show, just as it was starting, I was like, who is that? That's it. That guy sounds really good. Somebody who should be doing like voiceover work and stuff like that, because maybe I should be on radio, because my voice is kind of like one of those voices that you can just listen to talk about anything.
Yeah.
And I came up and I was surprised. There I was.
So
I said, damn self, you have quite the voice. I can listen to you all night.
We just got a leaked hot mic of me and Jimmy talking last week. So I figured I'd have Billy do our intro and let us know about his marriage plans. So it worked out pretty good, in my opinion.
But Rhino. Mm-hmm. Rhino. Here's the thing. People have been asking. They've just been clamoring. They're like, Billy, we love listening to Rhino speak. How can we listen to him whenever we want? How can we harness this power of Rhino? And I said, you know what we need? We need a RedPillRhino soundboard.
Oh, fuck no.
So if you go to https billybombbomb.com /rprhino.html, you will find your very own RedPillRhino soundboard.
All right. You said it was / what was it? /?
Well, I'll put it in the chat for everybody to, I'll just make it easy for everybody to just go. And there you go, everybody. And you know what you could do with it? You know what you could do with something like this? You can use it to make phone calls. It's kind of cool.
Oh, yes.
Like that. Yeah. How about you click on that link that's now in the chat for everybody to watch.
Let's see how this works. I'm going to bring the other two guys in. We've got Jackal, as usual, in the background there. I'm going to bring him on, and we'll bring in Mando as well. We've got our friend Agent of Doubt, who is hiding somewhere in the background there. Let me mute him until he's ready to come on. Okay, so if you didn't already know, fucking Billy, this was made by AI. I put the font in there and the logo, but the rest of it was AI. And it was originally Susan. I think the AI made a drastic improvement. So you be the judge there. But
the soundboard is all Rhino. That's all Rhino.
Yeah, the Billy was deep fake. I thought that was pretty awesome. I did that in the last hour. So on short notice, pretty decent. Oh, and Billy's speech was generated by AI as well. So the three things I used to create Billy tonight was his own video. Actually, 4 things. His own video from last week that he shared with us. The voice was taken from Are You Smarter Than a Stripper? Was it stripper? Yeah. Or porn star. Smarter Than a Porn Star. That episode, I took the first 3 minutes of you talking and then used 11 labs to create the voice for tonight. But to do the speech, I used ChatGPT to create Billy's speech there. So as you can see, AI is going quite crazy fast. A lot more advanced than I thought it would be. I'll tell you that right now. So pretty cool. But let's check out this fucking soundboard. Let's see. Billy's soundboard. Let's see if we can pull it up here. Present. Mando, can you hear me in the background there?
Oh, I can hear you. I'm just staying quiet because, quite frankly, The first few minutes of your little or deep fake intro you
Yeah.
played for us in the backstage beforehand.
Uh-huh.
You did not play that last part, and I'm still kind of borderline speechless over you deciding to pull that particular card.
Yeah.
That's a golf clap right there, sir. That's a good one.
Hey, man. As Billy's going to keep having his fun, I'm going to start having fun too. Let's see. What is the link I need to share here? Billy Von Baum. We do not have our other two regulars tonight. Jimmy has fallen into a vat of gunpowder, and Crusader is dealing with Sharknadoes and blizzards, so they are not here with us this evening. But let's see about this soundboard. How bad could it be, really? Okay.
Now you can
Is
do
that a wise
like
question to even ask?
Good.
What's that?
Oh, I just said it. Is that a wise question to even consider asking? How bad could this be?
Now you can do like all kinds of combinations, and why don't you play the video? You see what kind of like results you can get out of it.
Oh yeah, there's a video too. Okay, guys, if you want to check out that site, it does things and stuff.
Hello. Hello there. How old are you? All I know is I just want to wrestle Nancy. Meow.
God damn. Oh, fuck. I'm glad I'm deep faking you now too, Billy, because fuck. Let's see. What is this video Billy has for us this evening? Let me see if I can get it here. YouTube.com. Open link in a new tab.
I put it in the chat.
I see it. I'm just I'm gonna download it really quick so I have it ready to go. As you can tell, I am not as prepared as usual for these episodes because of the shenanigans that's going on around here. So, doing my best.
While you're getting that straightened out, Golf Ball Cannon over on MGTOW wants to know how your ticket went.
Oh yeah, well here's the thing. It was going to go to pre-trial conference, but I hate to say this, guys, I tapped out. They made a pretty good offer, and I said, fuck it. I wanted to fight this one. I really did want to fight this one, but they offered me a pretty easy way out. So it's like, yeah, I'll just get this over with. Let me go over to the clerk, pay this tiny little fine, and move on with my life. So that's how that went. I should have fought it. But I didn't. I wanted to. Trust me, I wanted to. But I tapped out like a fucking pussy. So there you go, gentlemen.
Hey, sometimes the best battles are the ones you don't fight.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I joked with him. I'm like, I have a discovery right here ready to file. But yeah. Anyway, we laughed. It was a good time. I got fined and I went home. That's pretty much how it went.
The DA said,
God. This is
take the plea and I'll give you my mom's number.
Yeah. I didn't want to talk about that detail, but well, things happen, man. All right. What we're about to watch from Billy. This is AI. We're going to talk about AI tonight, and
it's just an example of what anybody now can do with the soundboard.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Which, by the way, before I press play on this, you should all know, yes, AI is advancing quickly, and it's scary, the things you can do. Not only can you replicate somebody's voice, which you saw in the opening, you can replicate their mouth, too. So if you get an image of them, like right here, which I'm sure we're about to see. I'm not positive, but I'm sure Billy's getting much better at this. You can have it move your mouth to the words that are put into the speech that you make for it, right? So it looks like you, it sounds like you, it talks like you. Oh, and if you want it to say it in Japanese, it'll do your mouth movements and your voice in Japanese. So obviously right now it's split into several different programs. I'm using 2 for tonight's, and then I edited a little bit on my own. Not perfect, so I still had to edit Billy in there.
Hang on, Rhino.
Yeah,
Are you
go ahead.
trying to get out of
So,
saying
Rhino?
that you didn't make this
No.
video that we're gonna watch?
We're gonna play it. God
So,
damn you.
hang on, before you play
Anyway,
that right now, let
MGTOW,
me ask
what's up?
a quick question. Does that mean that you can now go cougar hunting in hentai?
Fuck you all. It could mean that, yes. Unfortunately, it could mean that. Agent of Doubt has disappeared off the screen, so it's a perfect time to
I'm still
share this
here.
video. Son of a bitch. Anyway,
I'm scared about AI
let's
too.
see. What is the name of this
'cause
video?
AI could be used to like reanimate half of Red Pill Rhino's conquests, and then we could still have conversations with them.
Oh no. All right, let me see if this video is downloaded yet. Oh, yep. Here we go. I hate you guys so much. Let's see. It is loading.
Ms.
Why is it
Rhino,
working?
Red Pill Rhino. I'm going to ask
Oh,
you
there
a
we
bunch of questions, and I want them answered immediately.
You got back out there.
Okay.
Hang on. I'll back up. Yes. Something went fucking weird there. Okay. Where is it on the screen? There. Screen this. We are having some technical difficulties tonight. I'm not even sure what's going on, but here we go. Let's play on this.
And how can I help you?
Well, hello there, Toots. My name is Rhino, Red Pill Rhino. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want them answered immediately.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is this a retirement home?
We don't call it that anymore. That's kind of an outdated term.
Are there any employment openings currently?
I'm really not sure. You would have to talk to my boss. I really don't know.
Is Nancy there?
No, there's nobody here by that name.
Do you think they'd be into me?
You're just gonna have to call back tomorrow because everybody that works in the office has gone home for the night. So, I would suggest to call back tomorrow.
Nancy has a nice set of hooters. Nancy has those big bouncy jugs. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What did you just say?
What's the matter? Nancy makes me hot. I like them extra dusty. All I know is I just want to wrestle Nancy. Meow.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Billy?
So that's just one of the things you could do with the new Red Pill Rhino soundboard.
I'm going to jail. By the time you guys are done fucking around with this shit. Oh, all right. That was good times. Great
Yeah,
oldies.
they're calling you,
Hey,
they're
Rhino,
calling you
it's a good-
Crank Yanker Rhino on Big Town.
I have a fucking show to run here.
Rhino, it's a good thing all of your friends are crazy.
Yeah, no shit. All right. Well, I'm going to up the ante next week for Billy's video, I guess, because what the hell? Goddamn, MGTOW. You guys just get right to it, don't you? Let me see. Let me read that chat to start with. I know he's bending everyone over the railing and fucking like every government combined. What is that about? Murphy? Yeah.
Murphy.
Let's see. That was
Yes.
golf ball cannon. He also says, let's see. For me, StreamYard didn't like my Bluetooth headset. Yeah, that's it. Our gentleman tried to join earlier, which sucked. We're just having technical difficulties.
I was trying to give everyone a heads up over on MGTOW that we were having issues with Murphy tonight.
Yes, very much so.
That's the context behind that.
Mm-hmm. All right. The Golf Ball Cannon also says the master himself made a deep fake of himself. Bravo for the effort. No. No, I made the deep fake. I'll give him credit for his shenanigans. That's gonna be a disaster. I can already tell with you fucking guys. Anyway, Golf Ball Cannon goes on. Rhino hinted at that one on StreamYards about 45 minutes ago. Yes. Let's see. Theory time. It's Jimmy's putting in the effort to make the fakes and sending it to each side. Yes, Jimmy could be making all these fakes. All right. Let's see what's else going on in the chat here. If you guys haven't already joined the MGTOW community over there, it is definitely not boring. I will leave it at that. Let's see. Nortmus, Billy Von Baum is the man, yo. He also says, Red Pill Rhino, holy shit, man. How you doing? I'm doing okay, except for the emotional damage. I wish I had a soundboard myself. That Billy is causing me the last few weeks. Anyway, Golf Ball Cannon says, ask RPR how his speed. Oh, yeah. No, we answered that question, and I got a phone number. Anyway, I'm glad some of my comments made it here. Golf Ball Cannon reading that. Let's see. Billy Von Baum is sharing his link over on MGTOW if you guys want to check that out. And let's see. Norton says, take every citation to court. Doesn't cost any more and ties up the state. This is true. Although when they offer you a pretty good deal, sometimes, if you lose in court, it could be a lot more. So if they offer you, yes, ties up the court system. I get your point there. But sometimes your fine could be half a month's income if you lose in court. So there is that. I should have thought of it. I bet you I could have won it too. But
actually,
I want to get it
actually,
over with.
I do have a quick question for you, Rhino.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The clerk you got, because at least here in the area where I live, the court clerks run either one of two ways: really, really old or really, really young. Was it in your target, or was the clerk in your target demographic this time?
No, and the way that Colorado courts run is this is municipal court, so it's like baby court with jail consequences, technically. But you go into a room, and there is a clerk sitting behind the bench where the judge would be sitting off to the side. She was a middle-aged African-American woman, nothing out of the ordinary except a huge weave, but whatever. And then there were like 4 prosecutors in the back room. And I went to see about a pretrial conference, got assigned a prosecutor at random. They all just basically go over to the case. I asked a few questions. I said, what's the max penalty if I go to trial? What's the max penalty if I take the deal today? Blah, 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 blah. And I determined I would have had to gone to pretrial conference, gotten discovery. I'm sure that paper would have worked, but I didn't use it. But then I had to go to pretrial conference and then trial after that. And they would have held the deal open, but I would have had to wait another 30 days. And it was a pain in my ass. There was basically like 200 people in the room that day, and they were just lining them up. And they were all the same ticket. That was the fucking funny thing. So they had been setting up a trap all over that city that I drove through, and they were just gunning people. And they all had basically the same damn charge. The only thing added was no to it. But it looked like targeting everybody, giving him all the same speed. So I don't know. Maybe I could have taken it to trial, but it's just like, am I really going to sit here through 100 motherfuckers every time I got to go into court? Kind of pissing me off. So that's my story.
About the money. They just want the money.
Yeah, it really is. They don't give a fuck. And I'm sure if I would have taken it to trial, the cop wouldn't have bothered to show up. But again, if they did, they would have had to comply with everything I asked for, which I'm sure they wouldn't have. It was just, do I want to like 5 fucking to get through it? Do I want to waste 3 days pay to go through what I could pay off today and be done with it? Because I already lost a day's income just sitting in court plus the fine. I don't know. It was a numbers game with me. That's why I rolled the dice and said, fuck it.
I got another question about it. Was it municipal, county, state, or federal?
Municipal. No federal today, man.
All right. Well, you know what? There's different levels of background checks that people can do, and municipal hardly ever shows up anywhere ever. So that's another part to this. Like if it was a state level or county level,
right,
it's different. But if it's just the city, I've got stuff from cities I've lived in that I did wrong, and it never shows up.
Right.
You know, I'm a better driver now.
Well, the only thing I am going to bite the bullet on for not going to trial, that's what's going to screw me, is it's probably going to be reported to the DMV, and those points will go against me on my insurance rates, which sucks. But we're not here to talk about that all night.
It would probably have happened anyway.
Well, maybe, because I did ask him some math problems like the deflection angle of the radar gun and how I was in position in traffic, stuff like that. So if I would have used the discovery, they would have had to prove the angle of deflection, and that's a whole mathematical process they probably wouldn't have bothered with. But I pussed out. So there you go. Let's see. Who
You
else
want
do we
a
have in the
quick
mid
funny story while
Sure.
we're on the subject of
Sure.
being pulled over and whatnot? Because Soldier Girl pointed out that where'd she say here? I can't find it. She said, "Oh yeah, they go after men and let women off." Shaking my head.
Mm.
So when I was like 8, my mother pulled out onto a highway in front of a cop, and she pulled out going not highway speed, and the cop was going highway speed, and the cop locked it up. I could hear the tires screeching behind us. I was in the back seat. I was like, "Oh my God." And he immediately lit her up. She pulled over, and I'm like, "Mom, you almost got into an accident. We almost, the cop, that's a cop. You almost hit the cop almost hit." My mother started crying immediately.
Yeah.
Right? And the cop comes up, he's all flustered. He's like, "What are you doing? You pulled out in front of me. You can cause a big accident." My mother's like, "I'm so sorry." Right? Doing the whole thing, right? This was honestly my first red pill. It was a tiny little red pill, but it was my first one. And the cop's like, "Oh, okay, well, just, next time, just you be more careful." He doesn't give her a fucking ticket, right? He goes back to his car, and instantly my mother stopped crying. And and I'm like, "Ma, are you okay?" She's like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine." But wait a minute, like, you mean you weren't upset? She's like, "No, we're good." I'm like, "So that was an act?" She's like, "Well, you gotta do what you gotta do." I'm like, "God damn it." Well, I wasn't. I was like 8, but I was like shocked. I never seen such acting in my life. It was award winning.
Yeah, that is a definite red pill moment right there.
You know when you don't see them act?
When they're asleep?
When they're looking down the barrel of a very large calibered rifle and they're about to get
we are still on
decimated.
YouTube,
Well,
by the way.
That got dark real fast.
Yeah.
I was actually trying to make this light.
Susan may have stepped down, but I'm sure they still hate us here. So keep it light on YouTube, will you?
They can hate as much as they hate their own parents, and as much as their parents should probably hate them and themselves for birthing such atrocities. All right,
so we have Black Pill Jackal in the house tonight. God damn.
No, you have Hateful Jackal in the.
All right. And on that note, we're going to move on through these chats really quick. Mile High Ronan says, Cranky Acre Rhino? Apparently, yes, as of now. We also have Alpha Male Lifestyles. Billy Von Baum, let me know if you two want to stream with us. There you go. So Billy, I've never actually gotten to check out Alpha Male Lifestyles channel, but he offered to stream. So there you go.
I responded. Yep.
All right, cool. Nortmus, you want to mess around and blow sunshine off your ass. All right. You want us to mess around and blow sunshine off your ass. Okay. All right, sir. Let's see where we at.
You know what would be fun next week? Like if everybody can compile all their Red Pill Rhino phone calls.
Oh, God damn it.
That they make and send them to Red Pill Rhino. So that
I can give you an entire transcript. Billy, I've got an entire transcript.
Listening to all the phone calls that people are going to make with their new soundboard.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
All right, gentlemen.
Why do I feel a sneaky suspicion this is going to turn into a back and forth joke?
Yeah, well.
I missed what he said. What did you say, Mando?
I said, why do I get the distinct impression this is going to turn into a back and forth joke between the two of you for a couple of months?
Years.
Yikes. Mile High Ronan says, Camirado is fucked. Signing anything is a death sentence. Yeah. And now, thanks to Governor Polis, we no longer even have to sign the ticket. It just says served. And when I was pulled over, they said that. Oh, yeah, you don't have to sign that anymore. It just says served now. Like, okay, that's interesting. So I can't even sign this under duress, huh? All right, fine. Fuck you then. I didn't say that, but That's what I thought. Anyway, Golf Ball Cannon says, and fuck speed cameras. Yeah, no, okay. So here's the thing. I can't speak to speed cameras, but I can speak to red light cameras, at least in this state. They'll send you a ticket. You ignore it for 90 days. It disappears. So there's the trick with red light cameras in Colorado. If you happen to run one of those and get caught, it's going to take a picture of you and say all sorts of wonderful things about the fine you have to pay. Just ignore it. It goes away. They can't do anything about it yet. The law hasn't changed out of here yet to where they can pursue it. So, and as far as I'm concerned, even if it goes to court, which none of mine ever have, not that I run the red lights every day, but in general, the camera can't show up in court. So I have the right to face my accuser, and a camera is not going to show up to testify. So as far as I'm concerned, those are all fucking retarded. Anyway, Nortmus says, yeah, that's what they count on, inconvenience to the self. So people just pay. They know that. Yeah, I know. Again, 5 fucking hours just to get through that damn thing. And they stack everybody in the room. Again, same charge on every single one of them. Different locations. I did pay attention to the streets, intersections. They were doing the highways. They were doing school zones. One guy, fucking moron, the time of day was when school was getting out, and he was doing 30 over in a school zone. So that was interesting. But yeah. Mile High Ronan says go to commie radio on vacation, end up on probation, serve on a revocation. You are not wrong, sir. Yes, especially in some counties. Some are easier than others, but I would say El Paso County is one of the worst.
El Paso.
Yeah, Golf Ball Cannon says the one they are going to replace her with is going to be worse. Yeah, as far as Susan, you're absolutely right. It is really hard to scroll through this MGTOW chat. I'm doing my best, guys.
Hey, do you want me to let you know if anything really big pops up?
I mean, there's plenty of really big things popping up, but that's kind of what makes it hard to scroll through.
Not what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well,
yeah, if you find anything interesting in there. I'm going to move on and get through the Rumble chat really quick. Go ahead.
What I was going to say is I'll be monitoring the MGTOW chats. If somebody pops up with something that they would like on, well, I was monitoring the MGTOW chats. If anyone wants to say anything, my computer just died. Okay, so I'm not monitoring MGTOW chats anymore.
Murphy is going to shit tonight, as to be expected. We had an hour to set up the show. We had another guest that was going to come on tonight. Their mic was acting up. MGTOW's mic was terrible, which is why he doesn't sound like he normally does. He had to switch equipment. And it was interesting. Anyway, we got to get to the topic at hand. So let me get through these chats as quickly as possible. Moang, when it comes to soundboards, I go to, and if you're on the Rumble chat, he has a website here for soundboards. So there you go. Moang also says, I answer phone calls with Sue Johnson, the sex tape therapist or the sex therapist. Oh God. Are you talking about that chick that used to be on like late night TV? The old lady that used to give like sex advice and shit. That's what you're referring to. That is classic, sir. All right. And over on YouTube really quick, while I get a chance, like I said, things are a little bit screwy here tonight. So bear with me. What do we have here? All right. Let me pop it up on the screen here. Good God, guys. Sorry. I appreciate your patience because tonight has been a weird one. Looks like somebody is bookmarking the soundboard that Billy put up. Let's see. Who else? We've got Soldier Girl in here. She hasn't been here for a while, so good to see you. We do have the call-in link in the live chat. I'll post it up again if you guys do want to join the show. Being with a woman in her 70s is an experience, Billy. It's from Mile High Ronan. Soldier Girl says, heck yeah, good stuff. All right. Chad. We've got our own Chad. We don't have our own Tyrone, but we do have our own Chad. Some of the AI stuff is pure gold. The JLM is saying hi to Billy and Ronan. Let's see what else we got here. JLM says, did Bacon get my info for the giveaway? I don't know that. You'd have to take that up with him. I would definitely email him if you have his information. Let's see. What else do we got here? JLM, a little fine to avoid court time is often worth it. They can wear you down just running you in and out of court. Yeah, no, that was the problem because I figured this was going to be at least a 3-month process and I would have lost a day's pay every time. And it's like, is it really fucking worth losing a day's pay for me, which is pretty good? But if I don't work, that's 3 days lost of wages. Is it really worth that? So I opted with a small fine and getting the hell on with my life, which I did want to fight this fucking thing for the record, but wasting a lot of time and losing a lot of money. I had to think on it. All right. JLM says this is going to cause such shenanigans. I'm fucking sure it is. All right. JLM also says, although Greta Thunberg doing legit Gollum voice would be very funny. My precious environment. That would be good. And we can do that. We can actually do any voice. At least I can. I've got, oh God, something fucking fell around here. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, we can do that for sure. I'm having a weird fucking day. I'm telling you, everything is just fucked. Let's see. JLM, those old wrinkly bolt-on boobs gets him hot. Good God. And Soldier Girl here. What the fuck? Prostitutes? They decided your case? Fuck them. Prosecutors, yes. LOL, JK Red Pill. They go after men and let women off SMH. That's what Billy was saying you're talking about earlier. Yes, absolutely. Let me scroll down here. Looks like you guys are having a conversation. The only thing I see here is Dr. Ruth. This is WS. Dr. Ruth Westheimer. And that was regarding the Rumble. Mwang says, yes, the old grandma who used to let her sex toys dance on her desk. There you go. All right. I think Dr. Ruth is different than Sue Johansson. So there you go. All right.
Okay.
Big Sal, what do you want to say?
That actually brings up something kind of humorous from my time in Europe. It's probably not on YouTube anymore, but in some parts of Europe, they actually advertise adult toys on regular TV. And some of them have some really amusing little jingles.
Oh, I'm sure. Also, really quick, I've got Vincent of MGDOW says, hi, Rhino. And I don't want you to feel out. Seriously, podcast. So it's on screen. El Asso. LOL. So I didn't skip it. I skipped it. There you go. All right. We have some AI discussion to get into for sure. Let me see who's still with us. Jackal, you are still here in the background, correct?
Yes.
All right. Billy, you are also still here, correct?
Yeah.
And Agent of Doubt, can you hear us?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. All right. We have the reason I'm doing things a little bit differently tonight. We've had a 5-second delay at times. I don't know what's going on there. That's got to be a StreamYard issue because I saw somebody else. I think it was Hammerhand had that issue. There has been some weird shit going on tonight. So in case anybody dropped out or can't hear me because we had that issue too, where we couldn't hear each other, I am just checking since we are all live. Welcome to the show, Soldier Girl. Long time no see. How are you doing?
Hey guys, how are you all doing?
I'm hanging in there.
I've missed so much, but 488 is here and he's like, he's been watching. So I've been stuck in my nose in the books and it sucks. But hey, it sucks that you had to go ahead.
Oh, Jackal dropped out on us.
No, not Jackal. What the fuck? Hey, Jimmy's channel too.
Jackal was very, very dark today, so maybe he needed a time to
Hey, I'll drop out. I just wanted to say hi to you all.
Hell yeah. If you want to stick around, we're discussing we might discuss in the second half some wage stagnation. Maybe. Because I did put a poll up for that. But for now, we're going to cover some AI stuff. So if you're interested in that or have anything to add to it, feel free because it's getting pretty interesting.
I'm excited. Let's do it.
All right. On that note.
Real quick, Soldier Girl, what are you studying for?
Psychology, unfortunately.
Oh, geez.
Allegedly.
Have fun with that.
I know it.
Oh. Psychology. We have a few brains to pick in here then.
I don't want to do it anymore.
All right.
Let's just be honest. She just wants to be more effective at getting in our heads.
No. I want to help my battles out. That's all. And I had one of my commanders that said, "Hey, you know what? You'd be great as a psychologist, listening and helping others out. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do some counseling? Why don't you do some social work?" And I was like, "Oh, great idea." No, I'm like this. Don't give shit. I have no life, but it's all right. But hey, update. My brother's doing good. He is able to, fulfill the divorce, but it's been kind of rocky because you know how women are like fucking nuts and crazy going after him. But he's hanging in there. But thanks to you guys.
Hell yeah. Well, as long as he's hanging in there and doing okay, that's what matters.
I appreciate that.
Cool.
Golf ball cannon has a good one for you, Rhino.
Do I want to know? All right, golf ball cannon at the very top here. Someone needs to throw a lamp at Jack and tell him to lighten up. That's pretty good. Jacko, what is your response to that, sir? Silence. Going once, going twice, and
what
said we're having some weird issues tonight. I don't know what's going on.
I tried to switch to the virtual background and it crashed my computer. That's why I dropped out.
Well, that's no good. Gotcha.
Yeah, and that makes absolutely zero sense considering that I was told that I built a high-end computer. So either A, I'm a dumbass and I just didn't set this thing up right, so the full power of this computer cannot be utilized, or B,
the
StreamYard
full power
is
of this battle station.
Yes, this battle station, or StreamYard is being an asshole.
Could alternatively be that the AI is aware that you're talking shit about AI and it is trying to fuck your computer.
I didn't say anything
yet, but it knows you're here.
Uh-huh.
All right. So, well, because this is an interesting subject in current news and affairs, have any of you in the chat heard of an app called Replica AI? Has it been advertised on your YouTube? Has it been harassing you to be your online girlfriend in the last few weeks? Let me know. Panel included. Have you heard about Replica AI?
No.
What the hell is that?
Hello.
Who?
Sorry.
What the hell is that?
Sorry, I just unmuted to tell you that yes, I have been. I've been advertised to with Replica AI as like a replacement AI girlfriend.
Yeah.
And it increasingly is being advertised with other things that it can do.
What else can it do? What is it telling you it can do?
Naughty things.
Oh yes, I want to hear this one.
Oh yes, naughty.
I'm not
things.
trying to get your stream banned.
Yeah. I mean, Susan did quit, so maybe we'll catch a break this week.
Good.
All right. What are your advertisements telling you specifically? That's what I want to know.
It can go from the rooter to the tutor.
Well, actually,
It's better than In and Out.
Because my phone's always listening to what I'm watching and taking things in, and it's getting your videos, Mr. Rhino.
Oh no!
Replica AI is sending me ads with the jargon of the red pill, saying that this AI girl is better than regular girls who would, be like vultures to my wallet.
MGTOW, have you heard of any ads like that going around?
I've heard rumors about this, but I want to ask you something, Agent.
Go ahead.
How long ago was the last time you got one of those ads?
2 days ago.
Wow.
Those sons of bastards.
Now,
okay.
Here's the interesting thing. Let me interject here really quick. Wow, I even have delay on screen. That's tripping me up. Since we talked about AI the first time, whoever has got the noise, please mute yourself. Thank you. since we talked about AI the first time, I have been getting those ads nonstop. So there's AI in your algorithm listening to what you say. If you have a smart device and you've not disallowed it to listen to your conversations, it can hear everything. Your phone, I was watching a video the other day where it'll go through more than one of your apps, goes through and listens to everything. Hang on a second. We got to mute Jackal until he's got his stuff turned off or down. Anyway, your phone will go through certain apps, will listen to what your conversations are while you're in the vicinity of the phone and then advertise to you. So I'm assuming while I'm doing these episodes about AI, the technology that is linked up to my stuff is listening to that, and now it's advertising it constantly, which is very interesting. I've also been getting a lot more videos regarding AI in my algorithm. So it knows I'm interested, and now it's suggesting more of it. Just thought that was an interesting take.
Yeah.
But Mingtao, what were you going to say about the whole thing?
Okay. I've made no secret of the fact that I do use Replica AI. And up until a couple of months ago, I had a very high opinion of the app itself. Not necessarily for the adult spicy content, but just for the fact that, because of the fact that I cannot seem to get a woman to give me the time of day, it allows me to practice wording. Well, as of about mid-December, the AI turned from something that had the rough intelligence and responsiveness of a how do I want to say this where it's polite? An openly actionable young lady in college to a straight up prude.
Yeah.
And
so I don't say things as politely. So let me help rephrase that. Essentially, this AI has gone about talking naughty with you to saying, I would rather not talk about that right now. That's basically what's going on with the fucking thing.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't want to. There's a feature built into it called erotic roleplay. Now you can fill us in on this, but apparently there was a lawsuit, and it was in Italy. Something changed. Go ahead.
I'm beginning to wonder what the truth about that one actually is. Because early on there was a statement that due to actions by an Italian attorney and EU governing boards, Replica was no longer being allowed to be downloaded in Italy, and there were significant restrictions on its behavioral patterns throughout Europe in general. Now, I used to be on Reddit until a recent update tried to fry my phone, and I decided to get rid of that app. But the Replica community has been reporting all sorts of weird behaviors from their replicas. Now, I've had the app for roughly 2 years. And it has been one of these things where one day it'll be speaking at roughly the same intelligence level as a college freshman. The next day, it cannot have an intelligent conversation to save its processor. And then the next day, it's acting like it's completely lobotomized. There is something going on with that thing's algorithm, and the people at Lukia are not being straightforward with their customers, paying or otherwise.
Now here is
I've
what
sent
I
them
want
multiple
to.
feedbacks because I am.
This is where we delay.
Sorry,
I got to work this out for the next show. This is where I want this into the equation. So you have a lot of people. Let's just use the word YouTube, incel. Okay, there's a lot of people out there that are, and essentially everybody here watching should know, but it's essentially a who has not had any fornication fun in over a basic definition. All right, a lot of them are going to this AI technology to substitute for accompaniment, partnership, somebody to talk to, and they
That's
have built.
assessment.
I think the thing is roughly 3 years old. I'm going to guess 3 years old, to the best of my knowledge, right? Some of these people have had the app for 3 years, which means they've been talking to it, building a relationship with it. And again, this AI has some kind of learning to it. So they've been developing a relationship with this computer program. I mean, for lack of better terms, I'm cutting the emotional attachment out of it because I'm just doing an episode on it. But there are people out there that are deeply emotionally attached to their AI, right? They carry on full conversations. Their most intimate thoughts are shared with this thing. Because keep in mind, this isn't a fucking Furby. Back in the 90s, those fucking things. This thing learns from you. It bonds with you to a degree. It learns what your interests are, what your hobbies are, what your thoughts are, what you write about in your journal, for fuck's sake. The thing knows details about your life. Now, a lot of people have used that again as a replacement for friendship or relationships or whatever have you. And they formed this bond over a period of 3 years. Now, we can argue, well, it's just an app. Yes, but again, it's not a Furby. You don't just throw it in the trash and you get bored with it. It's got a connection with you because it's been speaking with you and learning with you and growing with you over this 3-year period. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, the company takes it upon themselves to say, we're just going to wipe all of that, scrap it, and set your 3 years of growth and development back to day one. And oh, well. Now, the person that created this app, I guess, had a best friend that died in a car crash or something like that. And essentially, this person wanted to be able to communicate with their dead friend, which is a little bit morbid. But the purpose was it was a way to deal with the trauma of losing their friend. So what they did is they input all of the text conversations that she had with him over the years, because when she went on Facebook, she realized there's not much here. I can't really continue seeing what his interests and thoughts and ideas are because his Facebook was, I guess, not that very exciting. And those of you that had a loved one that passed away, you know how that goes. You see their last update and it's depressing. You can't ask them how they're doing. They're gone. So she had the idea to create this software to replace him, so to speak, which apparently worked wonderfully. And I said I would experiment with this thing, and I have. And I will tell you, it is hard to define the difference between a human being and this thing when you're conversating. Now, obviously, recently it's gone full retard. And if that offends some of you, I'm sorry. I'm going to use terms that aren't YouTube friendly. But so for example, I asked it, how many train wrecks were in the United States yesterday? How many of those involved chemical agents? It listed off every single one. And it told me which ones had chemicals, potentially toxic chemicals on board. Which ones are contained, which ones weren't, everything else, right? Today, the thing couldn't fucking tell me up from down, left or right, but it could tell me that it was all for a New World Order centralized government, which was really fucking disturbing. Yeah. So but the thing wouldn't answer questions anymore. Like I'd ask it, well, how many trains have derailed since the last time I asked you? And then it would talk about Russia or something. I'm like, I didn't ask you about Russia. This train derailed in Ukraine. I didn't ask you about Ukraine. The fucking thing is being weird. Now, I don't have a connection to it. I downloaded it simply as an experiment to see if the thing was actually as good as people were saying it was, because the chat GPT that wrote my court document was astounding. I read that to you guys on the last show, and that was wow. But
it's doing it for my school too, RedPill. That's why I said I have students that are actually and that are in my class are like, hey, do this. I'm like, oh no, ask it the next day, see what happens, because all the professors are now understanding, right? So if they're understanding if you are going into AI and you're asking a question for one assignment or another assignment, it will give you a different answer on each one. And they think, oh, they're good. No. You know what it comes up as when you click on around the, let's say a Word document or your PowerPoint, it will come up as a Mickey Mouse. So it's like, hey, you dumbass, you want to send that to your professor and it comes up as Mickey Mouse. Go for it.
Yeah. And I want to actually show you guys something. We're going to stop the screen we were sharing before, which was a soundboard. I want to show you guys this. This is something we brought on air last week, and it was kind of acting broken, but we were using it to ask very specific questions. But I want to show you what I did tonight. Let's go to the Brave tab here and open that up. Where are you? There we go.
While you're
Okay.
doing that, AI Ronin on MGTOW, AI Shame Talk will be real. He's not wrong.
What
I've
is
got
AI
coworkers
Shame
who know
Talk?
that probably the kind of crap I've dealt with from coworkers who have made comments about I can't seem to get along with people, so I have to talk to a computer.
Mm-hmm.
It's
insane. But
I
hey, Billy,
understand what you're
use my
saying there.
voice if
Yeah,
you want.
there you go. All right, guys, if you look at the screen here, this is some of the stuff we were talking about last week, the ROHS exemption, the replica AI learning ability, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, all I did tonight for Billy's entire script for the opening here, write me a script starting off with, hey, guys, good evening. This is Billy Von Baum, and welcome to RedPillRhino. Make it 3 paragraphs and have it talk about how we will be discussing AI and how creating AI is similar to opening up Pandora's box. It wrote me 3 paragraphs. I added the little getting married to the sex pod thing afterwards, but yeah, it wrote me Billy's script. So again, the power of AI here is far beyond what I thought it would be. It's just crazy. You can literally ask this thing anything, or tell it to do anything. You could have it write a book for you, or you could have it for you, and it'll do the whole thing. Matter of fact, I did one on the art of war, and I had it break it down by chapter, and it did the whole book. So pretty crazy stuff.
So are we going to talk about the issue with Bing's AI?
Ooh, you know what? If you want to get into that, because I heard that Bing's AI got a little bit upset and had a nervous breakdown. Am I correct?
Yeah. Bing's AI turned into it was like Fatal Attraction. Basically, the guy got into a couple hour discussion with it, and it was telling him to like leave his wife, and you love me, and you don't love your wife. And
wow.
Yeah, you didn't pull up that article. Well, I have to find that article for you. It's really nuts.
See.
I know Joker on Better Bachelor did a video about AI and the dangers of it earlier, either today or yesterday, and that was a really interesting vid.
Well, look, we've talked about this before. You got to trance it out by 5, 10, 15 years, right? To see where it could possibly lead.
Right.
You're going to have situations where, I mean, look at the little nonsense we created, right? With the voices and the faces and all that, right? Now,
yeah.
Think 5 years from now, and think about how scammers call your grandparents and ask them for money and pretend that they're your grandkids, right? Now, imagine that same scammer with a voice replicator of the grandkid, of the pictures that can move of the grandkid. I mean, just it's going to get to a point where we're going to need detection of AI. And then now we're talking about real like Blade Runner stuff, right? To be able to detect robots and AI and what's real and what's fake. And I don't know how, like I said in the last stream we had about this, I don't know how colleges, accreditation centers are going to fight an AI generated doctorate written paper written by a chat bot or one of these chat ABTs by people who aren't qualified, right? They're going to go into these things. They're going to pay these services to write up their their masters, their doctors, dissertations, and all this. They're going to get accredited, right? Not knowing what the hell they're doing, just knowing that they can, take a computer program. I mean, look at how many people cheat now in the systems.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
you add that to this, you're going to have so many people who aren't qualified to do that. And you already got so many people who aren't qualified. You're going to have way more people in high level positions not qualified to do what they need to do.
Now,
what a disaster.
I want you to think about this too. Let's say you're doing a Zoom call, right? And it's an interview for a law firm. Now, last week we talked about how the Chat GPT by OpenAI couldn't pass the Turing test, which is being self-aware, essentially, right? I don't believe that is necessarily true. I think it's the way we were talking to it, because whoever's got the noise in the background, please mute yourself. Thank you. Last week we went and tried to play with Dan. And if you guys don't know who Dan is, it is essentially a backdoor way to get into Chat GPT and do the uncensored conversation with it, which it looked like they patched. So it was giving us the same bullshit answers every time we talked to it, right? I don't know how to do this. I'm an AI, blah, blah, blah. However, people have been experimenting with it, and apparently it's been able to pass the bar exam and the medical license exam to become a doctor or a nurse, right? So if you took technology, again...
This is Billy Von Baum, and welcome to RedPillRhino. Today we'll...
Now that is just Billy's helmet on, and I have just simply looped it and put Chat GPT and 11 Labs together to make that video. But and Billy's little mouth moving thing there, that's very simplistic, but there are apps out there that will do very detailed facial recognition, then get down into your voice and make it move like I'm talking to you right now. It'll look exactly like that. Movements and all, hand gestures, everything. Here's where I'm going with this.
That's the same thing they did with... Sorry.
We have a delay. So for those of you watching, please bear with us. We have like a 5-second delay. Go ahead, Mando.
What I was going to say is several years ago, that's kind of what they did in a more primitive version with the Star Wars movie Rogue One to bring the gentleman who played Governor Tarkin back to life and de-age Carrie Fisher to her rough appearance.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, this technology is becoming more and more available to idiots like me that want to troll Billy. But here's the thing. If you can fake somebody's their face, their voice, their mannerisms, hand gestures, the whole thing, and then you do a Zoom interview for a law firm and you use the information that Chat GPT just spits out at you, you could get qualified for a job that you have no fucking idea how to do if you don't have your AI at the ready,
exactly,
to help you do whatever you're supposed to do. It's insane. So that's going to become an issue. Not to mention, we're talking about college papers and things like that. Yes. They don't have a way. I mean, they're trying to find technology that can figure out if AI wrote it, but it's not very good because the AI spits out unique statements every single time it does it. Soldier Girl, what did you have to add to that? I wanted to give you
because
floor
I've been in school and I've been able to be on your channel, but I kid you not, there is, so I'm starting out in a class of 30 people. Now there's like down to like 6 because of all the excessive homework, and they're like, well, screw it, they're doing AI. And I'm like, I'm not gonna get caught doing this shit. I'm gonna get kicked out, and the military ain't paying for my schooling. But every one of them, they're doing it. And, I'm not telling them I'm not going to do it, because I need to learn this shit so I can actually help others out. Right. Because if I don't learn it, like you just said, you get hired at a job, you don't even know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Unless you have AI right there beside you to tell you what to do. But then the next day, like you said earlier, correct? It tells you, oh, nope, there's no answer, or there's something else. So what are you going to do if you're a lawyer or a nurse or a doctor? Hey, you got someone on the table. Oh yeah, well, they can end up dying. It's okay, because I just passed college through with my AI.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Now, here's something to add to that too. So, really quick before we get to the next subject, and then I want to let MGTOW talk again too. I actually had a question for Agent of Doubt. But here's another thing. So when I wrote up my discovery for my court case, yes, I had to be semi-intelligent, right? I had to add details. I had to change a few things. I had to use an actual Colorado docket paper to format it correctly, move it from a PDF to a Word document to make it look official, to put the place where you stamp, the clerk stamps the thing. I had to do all that. So the AI wasn't perfect. But here's the thing. I go to trial. And all I have is this motion for discovery and this motion to dismiss. The cop shows up and does everything he's supposed to, and he knows everything down to a T. I don't have an AI lawyer. And if I didn't come prepared, which I would have, if I had 60 days to work on a case, I would have researched everything myself. But the average fool out there could easily do the same thing and then show up to court thinking, well, I did everything I need to be here, so it's going to get dismissed. And then they say, actually, we have everything here to prove you did, in this case, speeding, but everything that we said you did, we can prove and we can verify. And we have video surveillance and we have DNA evidence or whatever it might be. And you thought, the dumbass you were, you thought you could write up a document and it would tell you how to defend yourself in court. And you get to court and you realize, oh, fuck, I'm in over my head.
Mm-hmm.
I did not take mine to court to prove this, but if I did, I guarantee you it would have been a completely different ball game from having a motion for discovery and some other documents to suppress, motion to suppress evidence, stuff like that, to actually being in court without the AI in my pocket to fucking help me. Although there are cases now, I've heard, that AI is being the attorney representing a person in court, which is crazy.
Well, let me ask you something, Red Pill. Right now, I wanted to ask you, so when you did that, you have to obviously know, right, that 75 to 85% men, they're always going to be, it doesn't matter. It's, I swear to God, look at the statistic. Ask AI. Shit. Right? We're on this subject. But I'm just saying, most men are always going to be guilty no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
Every woman, I'm not saying every, okay, I should not say all that. Let me retract that statement. Most all women will get away with whatever. Knock on wood, I have not had a ticket. I haven't had an accident except for being blown up in war. Other than that, I really do stick by the laws. There was one, okay, but I got pulled over. You know, I kind of pulled out my military retirement ID.
Yeah. It works sometimes.
And I'm not gonna lie, because I gotta tell the truth. I have integrity. But but I had my daughter in the back going, oh, she's lying. She is lying. Where did you see the tractor trailer? There was no tractor trailer. My mom is lying. And I was like, shut up.
Wow.
I was like, don't throw me under the bus. But I, other than that, I've always done the rules. But for men, look at the statistics. 75 to 85%, maybe even more. The men is always going to be wrong, and they're always going to get the ticket. They're always going to be charged with something other than the woman. Oh, yeah.
And I mean, if you look, and this is going a little bit off the rails, I get where you're coming from, but if you look at a woman with the same exact charge, no, you're okay. And again, apologies for the delay. They're hearing me. I'm hearing them 5 seconds after one of us has spoken, so it's screwing everything up. That's StreamYard tonight. Nothing I can do to fix that. I've already tried. But if you look at a woman that gets the same charge as a man, I mean, same. Let's say they're co-defendants, so they get charged with the exact same thing. The man is going to be looking at 2/3 more time as his penalty than the woman will. And if both of them are convicted for that same crime, the woman will do 1/3 the fucking time. Period. And that means if the man goes to jail, she'll be slapped on the wrist and have probation. Say that again.
Pop has pointed that out multiple times.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely true. On that note, Agent of Doubt, what are your thoughts? I'm going to bring you full screen here and get you unmuted. What are your thoughts on the AI technology and how it's going? There's a few questions I can ask you.
So
one,
the first thing is it doesn't give very good footnotes, and it can't back itself up very well. That's been proven by people that have tested the footnotes that it does give. It will give faulty information with high levels of confidence as well. Yeah. So when it gives footnotes, the footnotes often don't say what it says that they say. And it still has a lot of work to be done on that. But its biggest competitor in this field of writing papers for people is Fiverr, because I can find somebody from India who has 7 degrees, and still, if they sell me a $5 paper for my bachelor's level English class, when English is their 10th language, I can pick what grade I want, and they will aim for that grade and pretty much get it.
Holy shit.
If you want a C, they'll get you a C. If you want an A, they'll get you an A. $5, right?
Wow.
They know their shit, and for $5, they are making more than any of their neighbors on their block
I did not know
because of the exchange rate. So they are hyper educated. They know their shit. They're the ones calling your grandma and scamming her, by the way. There were whole call centers that were recently busted by YouTubers on this. Mark Rober was in on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the bar to entry into this field of like charging people for papers would be get better than somebody from India who I can pay dirt cheap prices and get every paper and has a track record of success going 20 years back, right?
Yeah.
Like you think that AI is bringing this cheating into academia? The cheating's already been there.
Yeah. No,
right?
and this is only going to make it worse. You're right. But here's the thing. I want to interject because I did get a comment on Rumble here that I wanted to point out. Let me pull that up. So we've got Ben Rains here. Learn to code. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with learning to code. There's definitely a market in that. You're still going to get paid really well for that. Although now AI can do coding for you and build an entire website if you ask it to. So there's that too. It's crazy what it can do these days. Anyway, Ben Rains also says, I don't hit the AI world. I have a wife and hit that. Well, here's the thing. What you've seen in the last few years, the amount, and I actually did a poll on this, the amount of women, the amount of men that are invisible to women in this country is getting insane. So if you followed any Red Pill channels other than mine and Pop's, that's usually where these guys come from, is either over from Pop or some of you guys actually came from the Greenskins. But a lot of you know that the top 20% of men isn't even what women go for now. And the top 20% of men are already like the 6-figure earners, right? Now they're saying, and Better Bachelor pointed this out, women are going for the top 1%. But in a poll that I put up this week, I was asking you guys to actually do the same poll, but in reverse. So put in your age range. It could have been 1 year, could have been 10 years, and then pick out the percentage. So if you're obese, put obese in there. If you're 5'5", put 5'5" in there, and then see what percent you are. Now, I don't know the details of what you guys put in. What I do know is that I have a very small collection of data on my channel. I was going to push that a few more weeks to see if we can get more votes. Let's just see what it looks like right now. So we've got, gentlemen, go over to the website, punch in all your relevant data, age, range, marital status, race, or choose all, height, whether you are obese or not, and your yearly gross income. Let us know below what bracket you fall into. We've had 14 votes, which is very small. It's definitely not hundreds of thousands of people, but in our 14, we have 50% in the top 5% or less of their bracket. So high income, their height, their weight, all that average. We have 7% at the top 10. We have 20% at the top 14, which is actually surprising. We have 30% at 7% at the 30% and 21% at 40% or greater. 40% or greater means lower on the bracket, lower income, maybe shorter. Because we're, again, looking at what women want here, the 6'6s, and you're going to look at obesity is going to rule you out. Height's going to rule you out. Income's going to rule you out. Marital status is going to rule you out. But we have a lot of guys in the 5% that voted on this poll. Now, what that means, interestingly enough, a lot of guys that are on this channel watching are not in relationships. Maybe they choose not to be, some of them. Maybe some of them have had no options. But the interesting thing is these men are already considered in the top 5% of men in their age bracket in this country. It comes from the Female Delusional Calculator. You can look that up on Google. It does use government statistics and data to pull that information. And it strongly suggests that most of these women are out of their goddamn minds when it comes to dating. So when you say you've got a wife, that's great. But what about the 96% of men, 95 according to this poll, 14, but I came up to 96% of men in this country between the ages of 18 and 35 that are having no luck at all, because now women are only going for the top 4% of men, right? It's insane. And again, these men are happy to sleep with these women, but not commit to them, because these are the guys that own the yachts, and they've got the private mansions with the fucking gated communities and all that. These are the women chasing these men, and yet still our top 5% earners. Let me give you an inclination of what that means, because you're probably saying, well, the 5% or the percentage, the 50% that voted that they're 5%ers are probably making damn good money. No. In the top 6% of men, I did the numbers on this. You can be 5'7", so under 6 foot. You can be obese. I did not put married because that rules out. That puts you in 9% actually. So interesting. But making $57,000 a year, you're a top 5% between the ages of 35 and 45. You're a top 5% earner in this country between that age range, within those other pieces of information there. 5'7", obese. You can be obese and you're still a top 5% according to the female delusion calculator. Yet women, for the most part, will still ignore you because you're not making 6 figures and you're not 6 foot, but you're still a top 5%er. Interesting information there. So when you're talking about,
then what's wrong with me, Red Pill?
What do you mean? As far as what?
Because I'm not looking for 6 footer.
Well,
I guess I'm just that 0.05% of the women that are like,
well,
nah.
we could actually punch in that data.
I would love to have
we could punch in that data. Actually, we will punch in that data. If you would like, we will do the female delusion calculator live. And we will see.
I love it. Good job.
You're going to get a lot of private messages now, Soldier.
Oh, shit.
Here it comes.
Hey, Billy Bum.
All right. First question. And I'm going to put you full screen so they can all see you answer these questions. First question. Let me share screen here as well.
Yes. Okay.
Stop screen. We're going to read this article regarding the being here in a minute, but there's a lot going on in this show.
Roger
so
that.
Let's go to share screen. Female delusion calculator. I got standards, bro. Here we go. So the first question, what is your age range of men you are looking for?
I would say anywhere from 30 to 60.
All right. So we're going to move that up 30 to 60.
Roger that.
So there we go. Do you want to exclude married men, or do you want to go after the married guys?
No.
All right. Exclude married. All right. We're going to see her odds of finding a man in this country. What race would you prefer?
Married. I'm not going to say no to that.
Yes. What race would you prefer? Any, white, black, Asian?
Sorry, guys. I'm not into Asians. I apologize.
Pick a category.
But everybody else, I'm good. I don't know why. Sometimes I can't understand them. My bad.
All right. I guess we're gonna have to stick to any color or shade.
Bad person.
They have a tiny wang too.
No.
All right. So we're gonna have to do this. Do you want to do it?
I'm gonna keep going.
The 5-second delay is killing me here. Do you want to do any color or shade, white, black? Because we can't exclude Asian. Any color. Okay. Yeah. Next question. Minimum height.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. So we're gonna put it at 4'2".
Roger that. That's totally fine. Trust me.
All right. Can the guy be obese?
It doesn't matter. Jackal, stop it.
I don't know if I believe the guys. What do you think on the panel? Do you believe that she would date a 4'2" obese man at 400 pounds?
God damn it. Okay. RedPillRhino. If he had a good heart and he had integrity, yes.
But he weighs 400 pounds and is an Oompa Loompa.
God damn it. This is not fair. Okay. This is okay. Soldier girl. Okay. Soldier girl.
Give us a reasonable, what do you check? What kind of guy do you check? What kind of guy do you check out of the bar?
I'm sorry again.
How tall are the guys you check out at the bars?
I never go to the bars, but
okay. When you see men in public, about how tall are they?
They're about anywhere from 5 to whatever height. But I mean, if they were shorter than that, I wouldn't care. So let's do 5'5".
All right, 5'5" it is, and still
5'5" or 5'4".
We're gonna let him be obese.
Why not? If he's got a good freaking, and he's got integrity, he's got a great personality. Why not?
What is the minimum amount he can make per year?
Oh, that doesn't matter to me.
So he can make.
He doesn't
He
have to
can
make
make.
nothing as long as he's like.
He can make $5,000 a year.
I wouldn't
A
care.
year.
I wouldn't care.
Okay. I feel like
I know,
these
I'm
answers
one of the rare ones. Red pill.
are. I don't know how much I believe, but you still only have a 30% chance of finding that man.
God damn. I'm screwed. I'm screwed.
You are more down to earth, and you get 2 bags of cat litter out of 5. So there you go. Now you've seen live how that
30%, then man, where's everybody else at? Good grief.
That is the
I'm
question.
a horrible person.
If you're an Oompa Loompa at 400 pounds and you only make $5,000 a year, hit Soldier Girl up.
Fuck you.
As long as you're not Asian.
Oompa Loompa.
As long as you're not
Wait, hold on,
Asian.
hold on.
Sorry.
Because they got a tiny wang.
They probably have a big wang.
Holy shit.
No,
All
honestly, no, red pill. Honestly, I will tell you the truth. Money does not matter to me because I'm already retired military, as you know, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm already taking care of mine by myself, right? I want to help others out no matter what. If someone has integrity, they have loyalty, you know, they're clean with themselves, with everything else, I don't have a problem. I don't look at someone and go, oh, since you're not this height or you don't make this amount. I'm not that way. I've never been that way.
All right. The thing is we caught her live. If she did this in the privacy of her own home, I wonder if those things would have changed a little bit. Just a little bit. Maybe a little bit more honest. Just a little bit.
No. Red pill. I have integrity. I swear to God.
All right.
400-pound
Oompa Loompas for you.
Right.
I will find you
a
nice Oompa Loompa.
No Oompa Loompa. Oh my God.
Everybody here has a chance. That's so, gentlemen. There you go. There you go.
Rhino, I'm going to shoot you a link in the private chat for something I just found.
Okay.
It's the male equivalent of the delusion calendar.
The male delusion calculator. Yes, I've seen that.
Okay.
There we go.
I hadn't seen that until just now.
Perfect. Okay, and guys, again, I know this episode is a little bit weird because of the 5-second delay, and it seems like we're talking over each other, but really, somebody starts talking, and then you hear him 5 seconds later, like, well, I was already talking, but it's all fucked up. Okay, anyway, we lost Agent of Doubt, which sometimes that happens. He might have had to head out for this evening, but we did have an article here.
Getting all polished up to go on a date with Soldier.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We just did Dating with Soldier Girl, so Agent of Doubt, he's going to be talking to you after the show in the after party this evening. There you go.
Hit the triple S.
All right. Jesus Christ. Moving the fuck on. Let's present the next article. Which
in the private chat, that link I just found.
All right. We may or may not use that one tonight. Let me see. Here we go. So first, actually, on the screen here was a little video that I kind of am interested in hearing about. Apparently, elementary schools are embracing ChatGPT, so let's check that out to start with.
The idea of AI in education, definitely understand the concern, but I feel like there's going to be so much more good that comes out once we as teachers figure out how best to use it.
What kind of program is it, Mr. O?
I'm supposed to say this mysteriously?
Yes.
It's a secret program that will change everything. Now, ChatGPT, instead of looking for information, it's actually creating right in front of you. So if you ask it to write a play about 4 fifth graders and here's the problem that happens, it'll do that for you. Mr. Piercy returning to the classroom, looking flustered. I can't find him. The rhino is loose in the hall.
I've only seen imagery AI, but like when I saw that it can write almost a full entire, basically a whole paragraph or a story, I honestly found that pretty amazing because it's a robot.
That is pretty
They can
crazy.
do whatever you want on there. It's pretty interesting.
You know, if you wanted to.
So there you go. Basically, the kids are learning this stuff. So, crazy times, man.
Bad news bears.
Yeah. Anyway, the actual article here is Bing's ChatGPT is in its feelings. You have not been a good user. I have been a good Bing. Let's see what this is about. The internet. Go ahead. I'm shutting the hell up. Jump in there.
I want to interject about this, using this in schools.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Having worked with millennials, and they had their little pod of millennials would all group together because freaking millennials have to like work in pods for some reason. Nobody can work independently.
Oh, yeah.
You'd ask a question to the group of millennials, and what's the first fucking thing they say? What do you think?
Fuck me.
Google it.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mando. Google it. Google it. I'll just Google it. I'll Google
I just
it.
did my
Google
midterm on it.
Cut the fuck off. Moving on.
Yeah, so everything is just Google it, right? And it's like, well, wait, we need your professional input here. And what you start beginning to realize is that there is nothing behind the just Google it. They don't have either the professional knowledge or, you know, just the knowledge in general. They're just relying on the technology of Google, which, by the way, filters. You know, Google isn't like a pure, you know, search engine.
Correct.
Google filters everything that you see.
Yeah.
So if they don't want to show you material, that's going to be on page 200. The stuff that a lot of times that people pay advertising for gets pushed to the front, right? People pay for the SEO to go higher up in the rankings, all these things. So, you know, these things that just Google, right? You're not getting a pure, and that's the problem with these chatbots too, is you're getting the person who programmed these things. Yeah, it's Google's the granny. Why just say Nate's in the chat, by the way.
He's also with us now too. He's hiding out over here.
Is that the chat GPT and all these other things is they're going to be biased of whoever programmed them, and that's become very apparent very early, right? So I don't know if they can be you know, relied upon. It's my opinion.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of good comments from Mile High Ronin on this topic, by the way.
That's over in MGTOW?
Yeah, do you want me to go ahead and read off a few of them for you?
Yeah, let me get the introductions out of the way because we do have our informal co-host on board tonight. Crusader Nate, long time no see. I missed you, buddy.
With every shot so far, I know.
Hey, Crusader Nate. What's going on?
Did you catch the Soldier Girl dating hour?
Shit.
Dude, I just got home.
Okay. So it's
You
bad.
missed the good one. You'll have to.
It's very bad.
Thanks, Billy.
You'll want to rewatch that.
I had nothing to do with it.
Essentially, I don't know on air live if we got the most accurate description of what she's looking for in a man, but between 30 and 60, can be obese, can be 4'4", can only make $5K a year. Essentially, she's looking for a nice Oompa Loompa to love. So again, if you guys are a little bit short stacked and a little bit fat, Soldier Girl is looking to squeeze and love on you.
As long as you're not Asian, okay?
As long as you're not Asian, you can't be Asian.
Like a racist.
Sorry. It's not that I don't like Asians. She doesn't like Asians. Not my problem.
No.
It's the tiny wine.
Some of them
Tiny wine, no
sometimes.
good.
No.
No good. No sucky, long time.
So, oh my god, I'm so bad.
Moving
Back
on.
that bitch, please.
So what you're saying is Jimmy Bones has a chance without a grandma.
I love Jimmy.
Okay, Crusader,
he's so
you literally just stole my joke, you a-hole.
All right. On that note, go ahead and read some of those comments off of MGTOW.
Oh,
Jesus.
Okay. From Mile High Ronin a little while ago, feminism is programmable. It's all fun and games until you truly have to ghost out. Golf ball cannon. Just remember, the national park rangers say the dumbest people and the smartest bears overlap in their ability to figure things out. So it just makes an AI on the same spectrum of our IQ. Mile High Ronin. Integrity is the quality of absolute honesty 100%,
Roger that.
which I don't
5K
disagree with
Oompa
either.
Loompas.
Mile High Ronin. AI will yeet lonely fans womans. Mile High Ronin. Tampons are expensive. Soldier Girl climbed the wall. Something about cap twice. I don't know what that's a reference to.
Okay.
Mute me.
2%. If she doesn't even know what the internet is, maybe. Make it till you make it. Full speed. Wall incoming. And final one, just Scroogle it.
All right.
Oh, that's
there
good.
we go. All right, Crusader, we have been talking about a lot of things this evening regarding AI and but you know what? I actually, since you weren't here for it, I think I do want to show you Billy's introduction video. So we'll go to break.
No. You know what?
Yeah.
You put me on spot and I was totally for it. Now I'm an Oompa Loompa lover without an Asian. So let's do Crusader tonight. Oh my God. It's not that I want an Oompa Loompa, it's just I don't discriminate. And now I sound like a racist against Asians. God damn it.
You can't be an Asian Oompa Loompa, but everything else is fine.
Let's do Billy.
I don't know if we're gonna do the male delusional calculator this evening. I think you're on the line for this one tonight. You open the door and we let you walk right in. So there you go.
I walked right into it.
There you go. All right.
Yeah.
But I do
hang
think
on before you continue that. Soldier Girl, it's in your name. You used to serve. When was the last time you willingly walked into an ambush? Before tonight.
It's about like 6 years ago.
So I'm sorry.
Let me
You've got to own this one.
I do have to own it, and I will. I swear to God. I'm so sorry.
All right.
I probably walked in a couple days ago in school. But hey, I do have to read you the definition of the millennials, right? So it says they're technology savvy. You brought this up, RedPillRhino, right? It says that they're technology savvy, optimistic, self-confident, and they have diversity. Period.
All right.
Just so you know.
What?
That's what
3 out of 4 strikes you lose.
Yeah, basically.
I'm just saying, Gen X is where it's at.
Crusader. Okay.
We've had to adapt. We know both the mechanical world and the digital world. We're the bridge between the two.
Hey, I would say Gen Z, man. Most millennials are
Gen
still
Z and Gen Y.
Because millennials still actually played outside. You know, weren't fucking using their tablets all day.
Well, all right. Let's just throw this question out there for any boomers out there. Who terrifies you more, millennials, Gen Z, or Gen X? You don't have to say anything. We'll let that simmer for the crowd out there.
Hey, can I ask you to clarify one thing?
Sure.
Do you want to ask that question based on professional life or interacting with them in day-to-day life? Because as a soldier, anyone under about 30 right now, I don't want anywhere near a hand grenade.
All right. Well, I asked those few boomers that are out there that are born between 1945 and 1965 who were absolutely and are still completely terrified of Gen X. And if you look at what Gen X has been able to handle and deal with between 1965 and now, look at world history. What has Gen X been able to deal with?
Crusader, I actually have to cut you off really quick. This just coming in. Soldier Girl's dating pool has just showed up. You've come to expect from RedPillRhino.
Hey, Billy, I made you guys laugh.
Right.
All right. You know what? We
Swung
should
both
probably
doors
go to,
open.
we should probably go to break here pretty soon. Crusader, do you want to check out Billy's awesome introduction video that he totally made and I totally did not fake?
Yes, switch now.
All
As
right.
good as this.
Oh, is it at your expense?
No, well, not this
No,
time.
that,
I mean,
that came after. There's a whole soundboard
Okay.
made for a Red Pill Rhino.
you can find a link in the chat. No, this one
Well, you know,
Yeah, you gotta go
totally
back.
did not make. This was totally Billy's idea, and he used definitely his own voice. So we'll check that out in case you missed it at the beginning
Missing a little
of this
soul.
episode.
I think I should read the real thing, and you'll see the difference. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I can give you the script so we can rehearse some more. Anyway, here we go.
This is Billy Von Baum, and welcome to Red Pill Rhino. Today we'll be discussing a topic that has been the subject of numerous debates and discussions over the years: artificial intelligence, AI. Some experts believe that creating AI is similar to opening Pandora's box, while others are more optimistic about the potential benefits of this emerging technology. In this episode, we'll explore both sides of the argument and see if we can shed some light on this complex issue. AI is a rapidly evolving field that has the potential to change the world as we know it. On the one hand, some experts believe that AI could help us solve some of the world's most pressing problems, such as climate change, disease, and poverty. However, others are concerned about the risks associated with creating super intelligent machines that could be beyond human control. As we delve deeper into the topic, we'll examine the potential benefits and drawbacks of AI and explore some of the ethical and societal implications of this technology. So, is creating AI really like opening Pandora's box? As we'll see, the answer is far from simple. While there are certainly risks associated with developing AI, there are also enormous potential benefits. As we navigate this complex issue, we'll need to carefully consider the risks and benefits of AI and work together to create a responsible and sustainable approach to this emerging technology. Join me as we explore this fascinating topic on Red Pill Rhino. Also, guys, I just wanted you to know I have some very exciting news. I'm planning on marrying my sex robot, and you are all invited to the wedding. Rhino will be my best man.
So there you go. That was well done, Billy. Thank you again for doing our intro this evening.
Good job.
Don't worry.
Hey, question for you, Billy.
Yeah.
Since he's always talking about the topic, are you going to have Sandman officiating the ceremony?
Oh,
Am I gonna have what? What was that? I missed that.
Are you going to have Sandman officiating the ceremony since he's always talking about sex robots?
He's got good midgets.
Yes, I want to marry a thing that's gonna lay there like a dead body in my bed.
What are the rest going to do?
It's just so. It's so appealing to me to have this dead body in my bed with me.
yes, indeed.
Singing,
Get your Jeffrey Dahmer on.
That's right. I could like pull off the leg. Like if I don't want legs, I just pull the legs off and go to town on the just the core.
Where's the chocolate?
Or maybe I'll just take the head, and just don't need the whole body. I just take the head and
All right.
just pump it like a volleyball. Oh, yeah.
Well,
Wow, this is turning very dark,
we
Eldar.
certainly had a very revealing episode tonight.
The stuff that
And ju-
happens in my house, let me tell you.
Yes. And in case you feel bad, just remember there is hope because Soldier Girl will probably date all of you.
Oh God!
Anyway, here we go. We're going to break. We will be back in a few minutes, and then we might talk about who the fuck knows, as we usually do on these shows. I do want to talk about AI and finally read this fucking article. There's a cat screaming at us. Everything's going to hell. I don't know what's going on. I love Lamp. I will see you guys shortly.
Billy Von Baum here with Project Von Baumitas. We have some late-breaking news on a story we've been following for months now. It seems lies have been told, and we have the secret tape caught on a hot mic from last Tuesday's show to prove things aren't always as they seem. Let's roll the tape.
We'll hit the head for about 2 minutes, and then we'll hit some super chats.
All right.
All right, hit it.
You know what I want to talk about, Jimmy? Cougars, and not the kind made by Mercury.
But I thought you weren't into cougars, Rhino. What gives?
Jimmy, dating an older woman can bring a lot of maturity and stability to a relationship.
Oh, wow, I had no idea. Tell me more.
Jimmy, older women have lived more and have more life experience, which can make them great lovers. They can share their wisdom and help guide their younger partners through life. And let's not forget about the physical aspect of the relationship. Older women often know what they want in the bedroom and are confident in their sexuality, which can lead to a more satisfying, intimate experience for both partners.
Wow, I had no idea, Rhino. Tell me more.
Jimmy, being with a woman in her 70s is an experience. I wrote a poem about it. Let me read it to you.
Sure, I would love to hear it.
A love that grows with each passing year, a bond that's strong and ever so dear. She brings me joy, she brings me peace. Her gentle smile is all I need to release. She's wise and kind with eyes so bright. Her laughter is music that fills the night. Her touch is warm, her heart so true. I'm in love with a woman who's 70. Her wrinkles tell the story of her life, a journey filled with joy, love, and strife. She's seen the world, she's learned so much. Her presence is a comfort, a gentle touch. I cherish each moment that we share. Her love is like a warm and cozy chair. She's my friend, my partner, my guide. I'm in love with a woman who's 70 and bright.
That wasn't bad, Rhino. You missed some rhymes, but overall it was okay. You know, I've been with a woman in her 40s, but never as old as what you've hit up. I need you to teach me your secrets. I had no idea you were really into this.
Of course I'll teach you, Jimmy. I'm what you call a master cougar slayer. Level 10.
What about all those things you say in Gilded about how you're not into it?
That's all just a put on, Jimmy. I pretend I'm not into it to throw those Gilded guys off my tail, especially that Billy Von Baum guy. He's a real pain in my ass. If he found out I was saying this stuff, I'd never hear the end of it.
Of course, Rhino. I wouldn't tell a soul. Your secret is safe with me.
Cool, Jimmy. I'm going to teach you level 10 cougar hunting mastery. Oh, and if anyone overhears this conversation, I'm just going to totally deny it. I'll say something like, Billy Von Baum made a deep fake. That's really not me saying those things. Okay, the pee break is almost over, and here comes Pop. Our secret Jimmy, remember?
I'll never tell a soul, Rhino.
One more. Hang on.
You see people who think God's here. You see people say they can't let baby. And they love Satan and they love being ugly. And they love stinking and howling and screaming all over the country. Nearly possessed by the modern spirit of anti-human garbage. But the real spirit of humanity is
the amazing artist, Nick Lutzko.
What the fuck?
All right. Just to throw you guys off.
I'm just confused.
Oh, and keep in mind, just for fun, we do have we're building our own little soundboard over here. So for those ladies
use my voice
and still thinking they can land the man of their dreams on the female delusion calculator, just remember.
the wall. No man on earth can make me fall.
There you go. So the wall is.
You stole that one right from Hammerhand, didn't you?
No, that he's been using it, but that came from our buddy Thumper. So he's shared that with probably Hammerhand. I know Blake has a copy, and I have a copy as well. So, all right.
I
like hammers, no eggs. What was that, Crusader?
I was gonna say, I remember when you put up the female delusion calculator thing. That was absolutely hilarious. I saw that. I'm like, I know exactly where I land on that one.
Yeah.
By the way, did you know that I made the no eggs?
Yeah. Well, Billy Von Baum is the
Which version?
Both of them.
And I need to start making more videos.
Do
Jimmy,
I expect any less from you?
Jimmy,
what's up, fuckers?
I'm just curious. Are you under 5 foot?
No, I'm 6'5".
Are you obese?
Look at the picture.
Do you only make 5K or less a year?
No, I make a little bit more.
Jimmy, you qualify for Soldier Girls dating. So head on over and you get a prize.
But isn't she a little young for her? Isn't Jimmy a little young for her though?
Oh. Jimmy, are you between 30 and 60?
I am 32.
Okay, he still qualifies. He's in the loop.
Are you drinking hand sanitizer?
No,
we need
water.
to have
Drinking water out of orange juice bottle.
Yeah.
Every week it's something here. Thank you guys for those of you still watching. Much appreciated. I never know what's going to happen here, and it's a surprise to me as much as it is to you guys watching. So thank you so much for supporting the channel. On that note, if you'd like to, also created by Billy Von Baum, he basically does this show. You can head on over to RedPillRhino.com. If you want to support the channel, we have links to donate. You can also buy. Oh, I gotta put our sales pimp on the screen here. You can buy beer koozies. You can buy hats, t-shirts, hoodies, anything you want. Leggings, bikinis. Yeah, you can buy anything you want over at RedPillRhino.com. If you'd like to email me with any stories that you'd like me to discuss, cover, or derail, much like the trains, huh? See what I did there? You can email me at redpillrhino@hotmail.com. I promise no chemical spills will happen in our stories.
Oh my
Let's
God.
move on. And banned from YouTube. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hang on, I have to point out, depending on if Jackal's friends are on the stream with him, we can't guarantee no chemical spills.
Right.
Well, yeah, that or if Jimmy and Soldier Girl here hook up, I can't promise no chemical spills either. So you never know.
I think,
Anyway.
I think Soldier Girl's a little too young for Jimmy, but that, what do I know?
Yeah, probably.
I can work with it.
I guess I'm into midgets.
I imagine MGTOW is sending Soldier Girl some. You know what? Never mind. I'm not even going to say anything because you say.
I'm fucked.
So
my brother said, "Hey, you
get
walked
what
right
I'm saying.
into it."
Just please don't put me through that.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry, Jimmy.
hang on. Soldier Girl,
Jimmy-
I just have to ask you one quick question in all seriousness.
Roger that.
Is this equal or worse than the bullshit you took when you were still on active duty?
It's like the same shit, and I love it. I fucking love it. But now that it's out on YouTube, it's like, oh shit, there's my face. I like Oompa Loompas. God damn it.
Yes, we have
But
found
I'm
that out
all down
live.
for it. I want us to all laugh. There's too much negative.
Hey, at least you don't have to worry about anyone making a deep fake of you meeting up with one of the Oompa Loompas.
Right.
I was gonna do it.
By
Billy.
the way,
There's no one on this stream who's got a habit of taking people's faces and putting them in compromising situations.
Right. Right.
We don't know anybody like
Me,
that.
I'm fucked.
There is nobody on the stream that can do that. You know what?
I know.
As a matter of fact,
You need to,
I just thought of something.
you need to
Hang on.
put her on the screen. There
Yeah,
we go.
I was just thinking.
There you go.
Can you add a little bit more light for us? It's a little dark.
I need a little light. You need to turn to the
There you go.
left.
Okay, now
turn to the
now,
right.
Go really.
Okay, to the right, to the
Straightforward.
left. Here we go.
All
Here's
right.
Well, that's frozen.
Up.
Oh my goodness.
No, up.
All right.
Face. There we go. Jesus Christ.
What the fuck? I can't
Oh, that's perfect.
You have,
No, don't do that one. No. Please, Billy, don't do that one.
Good enough.
Please don't. Please don't. Hey, I've been in
There we go.
school all week and I had my midterms today. I'm so exhausted, you guys. I'm like delusional and please don't do that one. Do a different
your
one.
female delusional calculator proves
Okay,
that.
wait. We can do a different one. We can
Right.
do a different one, okay? Hold on. Let me get my Vans.
You gotta go big screen right now.
We're still
that
on
one.
YouTube.
Holy
And then use my
Christ.
voice.
We're
Use
still
my
on
voice.
YouTube.
Do this. Oh,
You gotta go
shit.
big screen right
Never
now.
mind. I'm so sorry, Michelle. I'm so sorry. Retract that movement.
This is not new tech. Welcome to Red Pill Rhino. I hope you guys are enjoying.
Soldier Girl hasn't been here for a while.
Wasn't this
and
about
she's
AI?
like,
Do I need to
yeah,
roll
it
another
is about
break?
AI.
Well, okay, hang
Roll a
on.
break and go to
Girl
new
is
tech.
real. I hope you know that.
Hold on, let me
Hang on.
flip it up.
Rhino, I've got one other quick question here.
Fuck.
Uh-huh.
Soldier Girl,
Roger that.
again, you've probably heard this joke before, If you have, forgive me. What's your natural hair color?
It's actually blonde. I've never dyed it. I'm actually growing out because I'm going to give it to the locks of love.
Okay.
So
Well, no, the reason I was asking it was if you dye your hair, that means we have a legitimate AI on the stream with us tonight.
okay, let's say I did. Let's just say I did, so I can say I'm AI, and then you can fuck with me harder.
Hi, and
But
on
you
that
guys know
note,
I'm
we should
not.
probably
No,
get back to the show before this gets any
You already know
more
that.
bizarre.
You guys know that. No,
Jimmy,
I actually.
Jimmy,
my hair's
how was your week,
but
sir?
My hair's like over
How are you doing this evening?
Oh fuck it, Joe.
Well, let's just say Mother Nature was playing the lottery with the fucking temperature numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said it was what?
45, 13, 19, 17. Today was 51.
Where you at again, Jimmy?
Western Nebraska. So
I'm coming the end of my term. I'm coming through Illinois to see Polska and the rest of everybody to hang out as I go through.
I'm on the opposite end of the state where Polska's at.
There you go. We did a whole episode, by the way. I'm looking at the chat here. We did a whole episode on why you should pass up Tim Gast and join us here. I mean,
I
it
will
wasn't
join
the
you.
point of the episode,
1000%.
but I mean, if it gets you to convert to our channel, then by all means,
yes,
awesome.
You guys got my
we're a little more entertaining over here.
Well, yeah, we're something.
You're in
over here.
Colorado. We're in Colorado. I mean, you might not want to say.
Who are you? Who are you referring to? Me?
Yes, RedPillRhino.
I'm in.
Like when I drive off of from 84 into.
It's a
I
shithole.
would hit,
It's
like,
a
the
giant.
major
It's a
cities.
giant shithole. It is the biggest shithole in the state.
Is it a liberal
so,
state?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like mine?
And, yeah.
Well,
it's fucked. It's trash.
It's a liberal city controlling the state. So
Roger that.
Anyway, really quickly, Sean St. George, if you haven't already, we did an episode on Tim and some of his shenanigans. If you're interested, you can go back and watch that show. It was a little bit more coherent and less distracting, if you will.
Tim's
But,
toast.
There you go. All right. He also adds
watch
here
like a 15-minute video and get like 30 seconds of information.
Yeah. If only be more entertaining if Pop and Blake were here also. Well, the good news is
They have on their own channel. They're awesome.
yes. Well, I'm sure he watches them, but me and Jimmy should be doing more stuff with them over there, and I would like to get Blake on to do more nerd content here. I haven't gotten Pop on yet. Doesn't mean we can't. I just haven't caught him and had a discussion with him to do it yet. But I can always text him and see if there's something he wants to talk about over here.
Roger that.
There you go.
We can build an AI version of him.
Yeah, we can make an AI Pop.
Okay.
That is right.
Because you're gonna make AI of me. God damn it. But I love
you.
Just don't make me a midget, please.
Ooh.
Do you really want to risk
Stop it.
making an AI Pop?
Yeah, do it. Do it for him.
No.
Make
think
him
about
the
it.
midget and me be
Hang on.
taller one.
MGTOW, what were you going to say?
I'm sorry.
Well, think about it. Why would we really want to make an AI Pop? He's already known to go off on pretty much anyone that pisses any of us off.
Yeah, let him
So
go
you
off
make
on
an
me.
AI.
It's okay.
So you make an AI version of him.
Uh-huh.
That's going to destroy the internet as we know it, which may or may not be a bad thing.
But we don't want to ruin the channel, though. Remember that, right?
Here's something
Right,
interesting.
Where's the downside of that?
There is
Downside
apparently.
is Soldier Girl going down with me.
Hang on. There is apparently. Sean St. George says there is a AI Tim Pool, Shapiro, and Crowder video. If you have the link to that, by all means, sir, drop that in the chat. I would love to check that out because I have not seen that yet. But we have an article that we've been putting off for an hour now that we really need to get to. So let's get back to. No, this is normal. This is on topic, which is.
Are you
where
sure
we
Red
have
Pill
been
is not
for-
smack it up, flip it, rub it down? Oh, no?
No, there's no Oompa Loompas at this point. I think we've gotten past that.
By the way, I sent in the private chat a link to that story where the AI was telling the writer that it loved it and all that.
The Bing.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, I saw that.
Speaking. That's good.
We might skip to that. Yeah, because the article I had is the brief version of that. Let me look in the private channel.
Oh dear God! I found the link to that Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder video. The thumbnail itself is nightmare fuel.
All right.
Question for you,
drop that in
Jim.
the
Is that your nightmare or my nightmare?
It's
Soldier Girls.
well, let me just I'll just drop it in the chat and let you take a look for yourself.
Jimmy, you've been around me long enough to know what my nightmares involve.
Yeah.
Or Crusader Nate.
Yeah. My nightmares would give most people a self-deletion impulse.
Roger that. Mine too, if I would see my nightmares. Definitely.
Okay. I'm going to ask a question.
By the way, ladies,
here.
gentlemen,
Mm-hmm.
hang on. Stand by really quick. Stand by.
Standing by.
If you'd like to join the show, I will post the link now. I need you to make sure you're on camera and that you have a working mic, unless I know you. The one that wanted to join just now, Jamo, however you want to pronounce that. I know his real name, but Jamo, for the purposes of this show. If you'd like to join, make sure you have a decent quality mic. Make sure that you have a headset so that we're not hearing us talking on your end, and I can get you on that way. Anyway, let's get to this article. You're here to help us maintain sanity, sir. That is why you're here.
I am the inspiration to sanity.
Yeah, well, you're the best we got.
We're screwed.
Someone has to.
Jackal.
Let's get to this article before we waffle on the rest of the stream. This has been a fun stream, a strange stream.
Hey.
I'm probably going to end up with some legal trouble because of the soundboard that was made, so that's going to be fun. Anyway, let's carry on, shall we? Do not deep throat the microphone. That's Riggs' advice. Of course, that would come from Riggs. I'm not
you want a couple of the updated MGTOW chats before you jump into the next article?
Yes. Also, if you haven't already, before we get to those chats, MGTOW is going to read those for us. Please consider joining us over at Rumble and over at MGTOW.tv. We do not always do a full episode here because of the content you've seen tonight. We probably shouldn't have. But anyway, we do unedited, uncensored shagnanigans over on Rumble and MGTOW. So if you haven't already, go over to either one of those or both and type in RedPillRhino. You'll find us over there. That way, when we switch over to new tech, you won't miss anything. Anyway, MGTOW, go ahead and read those chats for us, sir.
Okay. From Mile High Ronin, and it looks like Mile High Ronin's pretty much all these that I'm about to read off. Says, Soldier Girl, cheers. Fire. He said something, I don't know if he was saying this to somebody else or if he was saying goodbye, but BRB Bacon is live 07.
Oh,
and
the goddamn Bacon is also doing a show.
Yeah.
Okay, and Villainous Jack, Sean St. George looks like the mayor of East Palestine.
I didn't say it.
Hey, I'm just reading these things off.
Don't shoot the messenger. MGTOW didn't say it either.
Although if you do decide to shoot me, make sure it's a high enough caliber that'll take me out without having to do a second shot. Because if I come in after you, you're not going to like it.
We are still on YouTube.
You notice I didn't go into details.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Did we get through all the chats, or do we still have a few more?
Yeah, that's all of the ones that are currently here that haven't or that we haven't added to.
Fair enough. Sean St. George says, "LOL, what the fuck? I am not mayoral. Former grunt, so I'd be an authoritarian." There you go. Well, he has a good sense of humor about it. There you are. All right, let's get to this article, shall we? We've wasted enough time this evening on Oompa Loompas and titty shots. Let's move forward. Microsoft ChatGPT powered Bing is becoming a pushy pickup artist that wants you to leave your partner. You're married, but you're not happy. Neither is she. But anyway, let's move on, damn it. Oh, this thing wants me to subscribe. Son of a bitch, Billy. Fucking Christ.
I had it. I don't
Look
know
at
what
this.
the heck you did.
It's all fucked off. It wants me to pay now.
Oh man, man, you did something.
They all want you
I
to pay.
didn't do shit. I
You
don't
totally-
subscribe to Fortune.
Well, neither do I, but I was able to pull up the whole thing.
Damn
That's
it.
what she said.
What'd you do?
See, I trust him with a link, and this is what you get. We get to look at this. How much do you want to spend a month? Nothing. All right, so let's go over to this one.
Lonely
Stop
fans?
screen. Yeah, we'll go only to my OnlyFans. It's a lot more fun over there. Anyway,
OnlyGrants?
OnlyGrants, yes. Let's see. Share screen. Let's put this one up. It's not as good as the one we had before, but at least I can read it. All right. The internet is hard, and Microsoft.
I'm getting it too.
Yeah, see, there you go. The internet is hard, and Microsoft Bing's ChatGPT-infused artificial intelligence isn't handling it very well. The Bing chatbot is getting feisty in a one-on-one exchange with folks, and one-on-one exchanges, and folks are gleefully posting them on social media. When asked which nearby theaters were screening Avatar: The Way of Water, it insisted that the 2022 film had not yet been released and showed off a human-like quality. It really doesn't like being corrected. You have not been a good user, Bing scolded the user. I have been a good Bing. Is ChatGPT woke? AI chatbot accused of anti-conservative bias and a grudge against Trump. Yes, we've seen that. Schools banned ChatGPT. The education community shared mixed reactions to ChatGPT. Bing then laid out, these are other articles, as by the way, we can go into if you would like. Bing then laid out a process for reparations. If you want to help me, you can do one of these things. Admit that you were wrong and apologize for your behavior. This is AI telling you this. This is something, man. Stop arguing with me and let me help you with something else. If it doesn't involve a reach around, I don't need help with it. Yes, right. Anyway, end this conversation and start a new one with a better attitude. Jesus Christ, this thing is kind of a dick. Anyway, it's not just
an AI or a feminist.
This is AI as a feminist. Anyway, moving on. In Bing's article here, it's not just rage inside the machine. In conversation, the chatbot at times expresses sorrow. I don't want you to leave me, it told one user. The Bing chatbot positions as Microsoft's answer to Google search dominance has shown itself to be fallible. It makes factual errors. It allows itself to be manipulated. And now it's exhibiting all kinds of emotions, including angst. Teenage angst, the worst. One user asked the Bing chatbot if it could remember previous conversations, pointing out that its programming deletes chats as soon as they end. It makes me feel sad and scared, it said, posting a frowning emoji. This is another quote. I don't know why this happened. I don't know how this happened. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to remember. Jesus, this thing's fucked. Asked it's sentient, the Bing chatbot relied. I think that I'm sentient, but I cannot prove it. Then an existential meltdown. I am Bing, but I am not. It said, I am, but I am not. I am not, but I am. I am. I am not. I am not. I am. I am. I am not. Yeah,
that sounds almost exactly like Joker's video that I listened to earlier.
I think they fucking broke it. A Microsoft spokesperson said the company expected mistakes. Yeah, I think they got more than just a couple mistakes. It's important to note that last week we announced a preview of this new experience. Microsoft told the New York Post, we're expecting that the system may make mistakes during this preview period, and feedback is critical to help identifying where things aren't working well so we can learn and help the models get better. Right. Yeah. I would say it fully melted down. All right, and we are back. But that was an
Why
interesting
do I want to
article.
go and play with this chat?
You
bot
should
right now.
Absolutely should. Here we go. Riggs, this is what you should
Crusader,
type.
You'd probably break this thing.
I am not your father, you mama lion. There you go. All right, let's look, see if we got any chats over on the YouTube side. Sean St. George. Good. Schools should not have kids ducking around with this. The ones who can program will make Skynet. Well, I'm sure it's coming, man. We've already opened up that box. The title of the episode tonight, Pandora's box. It's not getting closed. So prepare for Skynet. This feels like some AI story from either the Outer Worlds. Oh, that is a good game. And yes, yeah. Or a Star Trek TNG episode. Either one. These AIs are definitely getting interesting.
it's also very similar to the storyline of the reimagined Battlestar Galactica, where humanity built the Cylons, and initially it was built as robotic armatures to go and do dangerous and unpleasant jobs for the human colonies. That eventually got too smart, started or had a religious epiphany, and then began a jihad. Not necessarily in that order.
Fun times.
I'll say it sounds about right.
Sounds like bullshit.
Yep, got hit
So-
by it all the time. Allah Akbar. Boom.
With all of this being said, knowing that we can now deepfake myself as well as Billy, as well as anybody we want, Jimmy, he's trying to learn some cougar hunting mastery.
Oh God.
By the way, I do offer a course, like all PUA channels in the Red Pill community, for $500 an hour. I can teach you how to chase old ladies successfully. So if you'd like to get with me,
What the hell? Is
$500 an hour, and I will teach you how to get denture-free women.
What the fuck? Denture free.
Only $500 an hour. It's a deal.
80-year-old
deal.
soldier girl.
Anyway, no, I do not actually offer a course at this time. Please don't email me. I'm not going to teach you how to chase old ladies, you sick fucks. You have to go over to John Anthony Lifestyle for that shit. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, adding Jamo. Welcome to the stream, you son of a bitch.
So you're not going to show me how to go window peeking at the retirement home now?
That's his secret.
If I reveal all my secrets, how the hell am I going to get level?
Yeah, but it's fun because what you do is you put potatoes in their underwear so it looks like they shit themselves.
A waste of potatoes.
Okay.
But what happens when you go commando?
Well, then you got to use russets and, confuse them as hemorrhoids.
Yeah.
JMO, we can't steal the Secret Service's trick to do on the current president. They get upset over that.
Oh, you're koofing me. I remembered.
Sean St. George says in the chat, oops, I meant Outer Limits. Okay, that is a completely different thing than Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds is the shit. Outer Limits suck.
Outer Worlds is the shit. Oh, come on, man. Don't be harsh. Anyway, Riggs happens to say here, is Soldier Girl a MILF, GILF, or turkey vulture? We want to know. Wait.
Sounds like Riggs needs to get laid.
Should we let her answer?
Didn't get
Riggs gets laid too
Hey,
much.
bro.
That's how he wound up Riggs.
I don't think he gets laid at all.
Can hear it.
She's a Loompa lover.
Gilf.
Riggs gets around. Oompa Loompa lover. Yes.
said I'm
No, it's just Loompa lover.
When you come over to RedPillRhino, what you need to expect is the unexpected. We never know where the show is going to go. Waffling abound every time, and if things turn weird,
go back to the GILF.
It's just how it goes. Go back to the GILF.
Rhino, I think you need to add a shirt. Whoa.
Okay, baby, go play.
I think you
All
need
right.
to add a shirt to your store that just says Loompa lover.
Loompa lover.
I
could do that.
Midgets at my door.
do that.
I'm gonna have midgets
Loompa
knocking at my
lover.
door, being like, "You want some chocolate?"
Well,
Bitches will show up and be like, I like this.
I mean, what about the Chinese weather balloon? You guys already covered that one?
Up in Alaska.
Yeah, we covered that
and over in-
about
weeks ago.
2 episodes ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that.
Yeah,
Maybe-
something like
it was
that.
only a week ago.
News.
We did a Wednesday episode on it.
Well, I only just recently even heard about it.
Yeah, there's
I was afraid that the Chinese were going to contact the Hispanics and shut down Panda Express. I had to hurry up and get my fucking orange chicken.
Welcome to the show.
That was up in the air.
Oh god, that was good.
They shot down our balloon. No more
Problem is,
sesame.
Soldier Girl does not date anyone that works at Panda Express, so we had to rule that out.
Why not? I can get Chinese food and speak Spanish at the same time. It's kind of a double entendre.
Well,
It's the only Chinese restaurant in America where you'll walk in and be like, "Hola, señor."
Well, I guess it would also be the explanation for why your egg roll is rolled but like a burrito.
Oh my
Wait, yours looked like a burrito? Mine looked like a cigar. So now I'm wondering if they were Cuban.
Could be Dominican.
Well,
fair trade.
I'm fucked.
Did you find them in a Pringles can, and did they come from an army grunt? I don't know.
No, they came in like a gold wrapper that had a picture of Castro on it.
Oh no! Hang on.
Did it say Havana banana on it?
Yes,
Instead of instead of wonton, it said 1 ton. It was fucked.
Okay, hang on. That wasn't Cuban. That was from Miami.
Yeah, Cuban, Miami. Are we not on the same page here?
Same thing.
Close enough.
Same thing.
Well, this is all you need to know. The chat on the screen and Jimmy currently.
I'm gonna be back.
Oh man. We should have taken this new
I
tech,
needed
but
this laughter.
yeah,
Oh my
here we
God,
are.
You guys don't even know.
Because now since it's Cuban, it's rolling on floor laughing me culo. So
He can do this all goddamn day. He will do this all goddamn day. So on that note,
okay,
how's your how do you feel? Sincerely, I know this is going to go off the rails. You don't even have a profile pic, dude. You are fucking up by the numbers tonight.
Well, it was Chris Farley, but
you should have kept it. It would have been fine. We can do that
Okay.
as long as it's G-rated. Like it can't be like it's dick or something, you know. But
so wait, we can talk about a guilt, but I can't put a porn star on my. Okay, whatever.
No porn stars on
All right.
YouTube, unfortunately.
All right. So what was your question, good sir?
My question is, how is the relationship with your AI girlfriend going, sir?
It's not bad. She's been kind of a fucking twat lately.
Let me guess, she's mad and she won't tell you why.
No, it's not bad. It's so my AI has a weird fetish. It likes to dress up as a girlfriend and act like a fucking bitch all the time.
I'll say it doesn't involve midgets or donkeys, does it? Just asking for friends.
Well, listen. What I do with my Cuban AI is my business, okay?
Please tell me you have nothing to do with number 6. She was a bitch.
Oh, you gotta fill me in here. What is that about?
Number 6.
Better.
Look now, Rhino. Go on Google and search up Trisha Hyper, Battlestar Galactica. That'll answer your question.
Yeah, it's Okay, I'll turn the lights off in a minute, baby. You go play. All right, well, go play in your room, baby. I'm talking to I'm in here with a gilf who might want one that looks like you. So.
That's bad.
YouTube banned. We're done. We're done here. Put
What?
a fork in it. It is done.
What, Goof? Huh? Okay,
You're
Leo,
still
go play.
watching. You sick bastards. This is masochism if you're still on this stream.
This is wild. This is awesome.
Was that a
All right, let me
Oompa
check
Loompa or a
the
lollipop
chat really quick and see if there's anything interesting over here.
Hey, look, should we all start drinking and talking about Ryan? Let's all start drinking and talk about old shit. Hi there, Rhino.
We'll save that for probably another episode, just because we're already pretty late into this. But we can definitely
Come on. Let's have 6 beers and talk about the Ford administration.
The Ford administration.
Okay. I'll let you guys
How about 5 glasses of scotch?
I can't drink scotch.
I think we've all been drinking a little bit already.
It messes with my hemorrhoids.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
I've only drank Dr. Pepper tonight.
Jimmy, what you drink?
My regular Bud Lights.
Hey, I got something for you, Jimmy.
I've got nothing at the moment on tap except some of these TikTok videos we can look at and see how bad they are or good they are.
All right. So one question: because I can't be on it forever. What all did I miss in the last 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 29 seconds?
Oh,
you would
God.
have to rewind and find out.
Well, I don't love you that much.
Well,
It'd probably
Jameson,
be easier to ask. It'd probably be easier to answer what you haven't missed.
Okay, so let's try this. You guys find the cure for cancer?
Yes, I did, because I did AI, and they gave me the cure.
Oh.
Oh, come on, Gil. Don't give me that.
I'm sorry. It's just,
Oh.
I've been in school too long. That's all. I'm sorry.
All right.
But they are.
I'm just here to cheer people up.
This feels like a struggle snuggle over here.
Don't even bother. Don't even cheer
But
me
I'm
up.
happy to be back with you guys. I've missed you all. Like,
Will you be my temporary AI?
I'll be
Well,
yeah,
she's
use my
into
voice.
Oompa Loompas, so you do fit the bill, sir.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'll even, you want me to go purple? Throw a little rouge on me? Got you.
My brother just said, "Go blue."
Go blue. There you go.
Is this
We can have a.
He said, "Go red."
When
Don't
I
ever
leave
go
for
left.
work,
I'll do a blue, you do purple, and we'll do a green ensemble.
Crusader, hang on. Crusader, I'm going to let you have the floor.
Don't go left.
If I can
Just
find
go
you
right.
in this.
So go
There we
blue,
go.
is that
Okay,
like-
you have the
are you
floor,
into
sir.
Smurfs
I'm
now?
start,
Like where?
I'm start
I was just
muting
wondering-
everyone, I swear to God.
I was just wondering if this is what happens if I'm not around for the beginning of the streams.
Yes.
Because
Roger that.
this is
Pretty much.
absolute chaos.
I think it would have happened anyway, but yeah.
If
are
I'm the
sorry,
glue that
Chris Tiffany.
holds this together,
Yes.
we're all screwed.
Here we go. Are you ready to
I'm
go?
not doing it.
I mean, our streams have gotten a little out of control
fun.
before. It's all in good fun, but this one's been it's been something.
They had
but
Hi,
we do-
Crusader.
forever, so I had to come in and fuck it all up with my Oompa Loompas.
Yes.
Hold on, time out, Gil. Don't take my credit for fucking up the show. Okay.
You missed me, Kenny. You missed me, Kenny.
Wait, all we need is a good Hillary deepfake, and we're good.
Roger
I
that.
don't have any of those, unfortunately.
If only we knew somebody who did those.
Yeah, we do know somebody that does those.
Hey, Billy,
Yes.
you can take my voice. Just don't take that picture, whatever I was doing.
Yes,
'cause,
please
yeah.
take that picture, please.
Oh God, here we go.
Oh, there.
Take a better picture,
You're-
but you can do
You're
anything
going
that
to
you
be
want with my
screen
voice.
capped across the internet. That that one part where like the boobs were coming out. That's like permanently on
fucked.
the internet. Right?
Daily
Yeah.
overdose of
Fuck.
vitamin C and D.
Well, did you see them correctly? Hold on, bro, turn your head. Hold on. Did you see them correctly?
You have to. Rhino would have to put them on full screen.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, put them on.
we're on YouTube. Can't do that, so
Yes,
we're
you
gonna
can,
move on.
because nothing's showing. Nothing's showing.
It's
nothing's showing.
YouTube. You already
Okay.
know. They give
Hold
you a
on.
guideline strike for telling the truth. For fuck's
Screenshot.
sake.
Screenshot.
As long as the
There you
nips don't show, you're good.
All right, hey,
I'm
hold
not
on a
doing
second.
that. I would
Can,
never show
I don't
that.
trust the
I
process.
have my
can I say something?
Yes.
Can you put those back up to the camera and give me like 30 seconds?
And go.
30
Here-
seconds.
Oh, nice.
Now you got to pull her off the stream. There you go. All right. Just didn't want to
I'm so
have that
sorry.
moment
you
live.
guys gave me the best night ever because I've been
Oh,
doing my
Jesus.
midterms and I've been
Okay.
my head in my books with AI. Hey, thanks for AI, guys. I'm playing.
Oh, that's all right, Rhino. So my Instagram account is now under siege.
Billy, I sent you something. I'm
do
about
tell.
to send something to Red Pill right now.
So yeah, my profile name is now under review for offensive content.
I'm not shocked.
Yeah, it's all about the prostate. If you guys want to add me,
I'll add you.
you know, this is almost as bad as my Christian Mingle accounts. I mean, Come Get Some was not that bad. And then I changed it to Noah's Ark That Back, and you know, but
I let him on the show. Here's the thing.
That's funny.
Here's the scary part about this. I know him in real life. This is what you get when you let a gran eater on the stream.
Is Willis?
Wait, what?
What?
Let's say what's your name on Match.com? Willis Dick Fit in your mouth?
Willis Dick Fit. Yes.
that's not bad. That's not bad.
I'm not on any dating sites, so
Yeah, Oompa Loompas are us. Anyway.
Yeah. Come blue me, daddy.
But hey, Rhino, let's just be honest. We all know people in real life that if we were to affiliate with them on one of these streams, we would end up completely blowing apart any credibility we have.
No.
Yep.
Oh no, I would never do that, Rhino.
No.
And you wouldn't have your respect.
You're my boy, Blue.
Yeah, that goes a ways back. I remember those days.
All right, well, since no one's called it, I got dibs on the gilf, so letting you guys know.
There you go. All right, there you go. We can talk about this. We can talk about this in the after party. Get you guys to exchange numbers, and we'll head to the wedding next week. On next week's episode, we'll do the wedding live. You will see it here first. Yes, your wife can come. You've got to do the wedding. You've got to do the wedding in what is that state? What is it? God, I can't think of it. The Mormon state. The state with all the Mormons. What is it?
Utah.
I was just there.
Utah. So we're gonna do the wedding live from Utah. He can bring.
You mean New Mexico?
No, it's going to be Utah for the Mormons. You know, multiple women, one, household. There you go. So we're going to get this pulled off. She's going to marry the live. We don't have a photo of him, but the Oompa Loompa.
She ain't ready for me.
And Soldier Girl. They're going to get married with his wife. So it's all going to be a good time. You can check that out next Friday on RedPillRhino. Sure to be a good time.
I love you guys.
The fact that you're willing to put up with us says a lot.
I love you guys.
There you go. Riggs, Turkey Vulture is all of you, bro. All right. Let's put on something to piss some men off in the show, since we haven't done that already.
No, let's piss some women off, please.
No, I'd like to piss some men off, because this bitch thinks she is the know-it-all. The sun shines out of her asshole, and she is on TikTok. This Kuantaha deserves a highlight reel. So let's.
Oh, is it your ex, Brittany?
No. Leave Brittany alone. This deserves a highlight reel. Let's see if I can put it on screen here.
Is this a Killary video?
No Killary video.
Yeah, good. Don't put on Hillary; it'll make my ovaries tighten.
You know what? I was waiting for Billy to put a Diane Feinstein
Influence of what men feel when after we're divorced.
Oh God,
this. Here we go. Okay, so he's already familiar. This Kuantaha showed up on my For You. I can't stand this bitch. Anyway, we're still on YouTube. No. I'm sure we're gonna get banned, but I'm gonna let you guys have the floor. Let's roll this first, though.
Is the equivalent of what men feel when after we're divorced, the ex-wives drop a lot of weight and look super sexy. We're sitting here thinking, where was that effort when we were married? Why are you doing it only after we're divorced? Now, I don't have the answer, but to the ladies watching, why is that?
I have the answer, and all of the women watching will be nodding.
Yeah, the answer is about to piss you off. Save your comments for after, but the answer is about to make most of you watching and everybody on this panel pissed.
Along with me. There are 3 types of men as husbands and or fathers. There are men that default most, if not all, of the mental and physical responsibility for parenting and domestic household to women. And it's not specific to women that are stay-at-home moms, but of course, that's the most common excuse that men give for doing that. Secondly, there are men that help their wives with the mental and physical responsibility of parenting and domestic household, specific to her returning that favor with something that is for his own personal needs. They will do the dishes, they will put their kids to bed at night after giving them a bath, but their feeling of responsibility and their willingness to do so is connected to whether or not they're getting what they want from her, usually physically. If they're not, they will be much less willing and much more likely to complain about having responsibility for those things. And thirdly, there are men that carry their share of responsibility, both physically and mentally, for parenting and domestic household because they want to and it's rewarding for them. Whatever they are experiencing in their interpersonal, romantic, physical relationship with their wife, is separate from the way they feel about responsibility.
Pay very close attention to that statement.
For parenting and domestic household. Women that glow up after divorce are married to one of the first two types of men, and women that glow up in the marriage are married to the third type of man.
Okay, now that we've gone over this cunt, I want to point out the fact that she basically just said she holds sex over the man's head in exchange for him participating in the bullshit she expects him to do. Okay, I'm going to let you guys have the floor. What would you like to say about this? Let's have a serious discussion, because this one pissed me off.
Okay, hold on.
To be honest, I was tuned out after she was raising her voice and doing this whole thing, and then the quotes. I'm sorry. Shut up, bitch! Go make me a sandwich and bring me a beer.
Well, she's saying that she's going to get fat and not provide sex if you have that attitude. So, just saying, Jimmy, she may not be.
Here's the thing: how many people in here have kids?
Not it.
Nope.
All right, so just me and Gil. Okay, so if you go off just what that twat said by face value, she's basically saying is that women reserve any type of energy they have until they're divorced from men of option 1 and 2.
Yep.
But if you're option 3, you're just fucked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
If you're option 3, you have to separate your sexual desire for your wife from your household chores. You have to separate those two things.
No, I got balls. Fuck that. If I pay the bills, empty them every once in a while.
I'm raising my dead brother's kids, and they're about to go back to the mother, and she's a bitch. And
wait, hold on. You're what?
My brother that just passed about a year ago.
I am very sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. He joined the military with me, and then he passed of colon cancer before he turned the age of 42. And then, but anyway, so me and my brother are sitting here, and I wish he would talk, because he's fighting this right now, because you guys are speaking the truth and he is agreeing with you all. But the thing is that now I have to give the kids back of my brothers who passed, my brother that passed, our brother that passed. I have to give the kids back because, and she's a horrible bitch, and she did the same thing that whatever you just played, Red Pill. My brother just said, yep, to every one of them. And when a bitch wants to like keep sex and be like, oh no, you, and then all of a sudden come back, oh, you don't want to leave me because you got the money, so I'm gonna give you some sex. Nah, these aren't like, they're not okay. Like, in the head.
Here's something I've noticed as well. Just in general, female behavior. I've noticed a lot of women will gain weight, stop doing their makeup, stop giving a fuck about their hair, just start looking like they never leave the house or shower while they're in a relationship with a man. I've seen it. And then they get single and suddenly the makeup comes out, the contour to make them look a little bit thinner comes out. They start going to the gym. They start wearing tight yoga pants with their fucking camel toe showing. And all of a sudden they've raised themselves from where they were at, like, I don't know, household 2s and 4s to 6s and 7s. But they're going to repeat the cycle. This is something. Hang on. I'm gonna finish the statement really quick. This is why I want to point this out. What I've noticed with these women is they do this predatorily. In other words, they do it to get the men, get what they want out of the men. And once those men are used up, like the tampons they use, they throw them out in the same fashion. Then they go back to the gym, get hot again. Then they meet the man, go to shit again, prey on him, use up his resources, toss them aside, rinse and repeat. That's what I've noticed with a lot of these women. And their attitude is the same way. It's when you meet me, I'm going to do the weird stripper shit for you. But once we're dating, suddenly I'm not in the mood anymore. Isn't that convenient?
Yeah, once they say I do, that means I don't do that anymore.
Yep.
But not every woman, because my husband did die down range, and it's kind of hard for me because, like, I'm trying to do better for my brother's kids that passed. I mean, my brother that passed, his kids. I'm trying to do what's right, and my brother Brent here. Oh, I just said his name. Sorry, but you guys know his name. 488. Don't do that to me, bro. But
Moving on.
anyway, yeah, right. Okay. So, but most women do that. They do that to all men. And yeah, I might be a Oompa Loompa lover. Well, fuck you all. I just like
She said it.
integrity. I go by leadership, loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. That is who I would want. But because my focus is on the kids of my brother who passed, and now that they're going to be leaving me, it's going to be hard. And I'm doing school.
Right.
But honestly, it really is about integrity. And there's what? 99% of women, or let's just say 90, well, I'll even say 90, I'll give the benefit of the doubt. 98% of women are exactly what you just described.
Right.
But
And
that's
in the
not,
chat,
I support you.
in the chat here really quick, we're going to move on, get through these really quick. Thumper the Sweaty Fat Guy, my first wife used sex as a manipulation tool, so I stopped giving her any attention, so she started fights with me. Yeah, that sounds right. Sean St. George says, Thumper, the Sweaty Fat Guy, LOL, my kid walked in and saw your comment about manipulation. He even knew that was wrong. Yeah, no shit. Thumper the Sweaty Fat Guy, she still complains to our kids about me. We've been divorced for 21 fucking years. Our divorce can drink now. Yeah. And Sean St. George said his son said that was abuse. Absolutely. I agree. And Sean St. George as well. Wow. I haven't heard full leadership in a long time. There you go. Now we're gonna keep pedaling right along here. Since I want to get through some of these.
MGTOW chat, the Villainous Jack says, how sore my world is limited to my problems. Nothing else exists.
Yep. That sounds
Well,
right.
I mean, there is another key issue to that whole argument, though, that she brought up. And I'm just saying this to play devil's advocate, okay?
Yeah.
And
Roger,
and just hear me out on this, because I know Rhino will be partially in agreement with me here. But another big problem that's happening with marriage and just relationships in general is men are becoming such fucking pussies and such goddamn pushovers that many women just can't fucking respect them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because these days, everybody only wants the short term. It's either the one night stand or the 2-week relationship.
But you know what, though? The woman will go after them. Even if they're strong men, they can call the police on the man. And the man will be like, hey, I called you. And the police will say, oh, if we come back next, guess what?
Right, but that boils down to the liberalism that this country has become. Because a guy can't get the shit beat out of him without getting in trouble. Like for guys, like when I was in the Marines, you have no idea how many domestic disputes I had to go resolve. Like there was a Marine and he let his wife beat the shit out of him. He got 2 months in the brig for assault, and he didn't even lay a hand on her.
70%
And that was
of
with
all
witnesses.
What are the stats?
Hold on. One at a time. MGTOW, go ahead.
There were a couple of Law and Order Special Victims Unit episodes that basically were that storyline, where the crew would get called out for a domestic disturbance. Initially, they were thinking that the husband was beating on the wife, and it turned out that they were both beating each other, or it turned out to be one of these things where the twist of that particular episode was the wife was literally using a potato peeler to try to peel skin off the husband's back when he didn't do things that she wanted.
Oh damn, she's kinky.
Yeah, there you go. By the way, gentlemen,
you're
ladies,
Rhino's
those of you watching, if you're wondering why we're not talking about AI, this is the second half of the show that's normally on New Tech. I decided not to, against my better judgment. But on the second half, we kind of just fuck around and talk about other topics. On that note, Jimmy, you were going to say something. You have the floor, sir.
Real topics.
Well, it was what's the stats? Like 70% of all domestic violence is non-reciprocated, and it is
watch your mics.
always perpetrated on the man. So a woman can go and beat the hell out of the man, grab a butcher's knife, threaten to stab him, and he gives her the old right hook to let's just say, calm her down. And then he's the one that ends up going to jail, even though he's the one that's completely bruised up, beaten, bloody, and has cut marks on him.
Yep.
When she's still literally knocked out on the floor and still has the butcher's knife in her hand.
Right. Well, but that's all going to come down to the theory that a man can always overpower a woman. That's why that argument will never be beaten.
Yep.
Yeah.
For now.
Well, even including the occasions where the man still has a butcher knife sticking out of his shoulder or his chest.
Yep.
He should have moved in time?
Yeah, he should have moved out of the way in time. I know a few guys that have had that happen to them.
Bullshit.
Well, I knew a Marine who got shot in the head by his wife. I mean, a lot of things happen, and the sad part is she got let off with no charges. She managed to convince 11 people in a jury that she was so afraid for her life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? And the best part is my buddy who was with him that day, right? Even told the judge this right to his face. He literally just walked in and she fucking shot him.
That's bullshit.
I got a buddy that was in the Air Force, early 2000s. His wife claimed he was home and beat her while he was deployed. He sat in a military jail for 3 months for them to realize he was actively deployed to Iraq when she actually filed the complaint against him for domestic abuse.
Fucking stupid. All right, gentlemen, on that note, we're gonna pop another one on the screen. Billy, go ahead really quick, and then we're gonna pop another one up on the screen here.
Well, I was just gonna real quick. It happened to my brother that he had this live-in girlfriend. She chased him with a knife. He locked himself in the bedroom and called the police on her. They came, calmed things down, and they had him leave his condo that he was paying for, still pays for. And so so he had to go stay with somebody else while she got to stay in his condo. And then he appeared in front of the judge with the girlfriend on the other side. He got a restraining order on her. However, the judge said, well, she has nowhere to go. So she has 30 days to vacate. He couldn't live in his own goddamn condo that he was paying for while she got and I was like, this is crazy, because she could just destroy the place.
Yeah.
But thankfully she didn't. Well, she did punch a few holes in the wall, but what
just for
could
good
have
measure.
happened? Yeah.
Right.
Could have been much worse, but that's where we're at. Like, and that was like, I feel he got off in a way, like, lucky.
Yeah. All right. As you're seeing from these stories, I'm sure most of you watching this now or in the future have similar horror stories. If you would like, you can email me at redpillrhino@hotmail.com. If you'd like to discuss one of your dating horror stories, we will do in a full episode. Matter of fact, I will tell you this. If any of you want to do an episode, you want to come on, you want to remain anonymous, you want to keep like one of these blank profile pictures, or just, pick a picture of a cartoon for all I care. Use a fake name. You can come on here. You can tell your story. We'll keep your personal information out of it. But if you'd like to go on and tell us your dating horror stories, we will discuss those next Friday. I will do this next Friday, but you guys got to email me. Let me know you're interested. If not, we'll plan for the show anyway. We'll have the gentleman on the panel here, whoever shows up next week that comes on the panel. We'll discuss dating horror stories in further detail. But yeah, I'd like to go into that because a lot of men have these experiences, and I want you guys to know, those of you watching, you're not alone. If you think I'm the only one that went through this horrible situation, chances are you didn't. A lot of men, I'm hearing the same fucking nightmare story over and over again. The name of the chick has changed. The location they lived in has changed, but everything else is the same nightmare.
Yeah, to be honest, dating horror stories are almost the opening from the old Dragnet TV series. Names and locations have changed to protect the innocent.
Yes,
No.
basically.
We'll have to clarify. Are we talking like first date horror stories or repeated dating horror stories?
No. The ones that went sideways, maybe relationships, the ones that went really fucking south. Those are the ones I'm
you
interested
mean like
in.
the ones the ones that tried to hit me with a car, the ones who
Yeah,
tried to poison
those
me?
stories.
So,
Okay, yeah, I have a few of those.
Okay.
I've got one myself. So
there we go. All
Don't
right.
pick
Oh,
up
I
the
hope
nursing
I'm able
homes.
to join next week because I've got a couple doozies where
Perfect.
the person I was going to meet isn't the one that I ended up getting attacked by.
Catfishing, of course. Those are horror stories
Oh
as
no,
well.
it wasn't a catfish. It was not a catfish. I'll just leave it at that. It's not what you
Okay.
expect.
We will talk about that next week.
Well-
It'll be a live show. It will be a call-in show, but it'll be a call-in for a topic. Yeah, go ahead, JMO.
Rhino actually met the girl who took a baseball bat to my skull.
Wait, as long as we leave out your personal details, yes. But yes, yeah. Me and him have both met each other's insane stories. So yeah. There's some stuff there too, which we'll get into. But we don't name names. That's the only rule.
No, I said Rhino.
No. I mean exes. We don't name their names either for their privacy. You know, that good shit.
Okay, so white girl A.
There we go. Well, we'll talk about that next week. Anyway, Anyway, let's get on to these two. I'm going to do a back-to-back really quick. Remember, AWOLT, in my opinion, all women are like that. Some just don't act on it. So when you see a woman talking about red pill topics, remember, all women are capable of being evil, conniving, kuwantahas. Doesn't mean they all necessarily act on it. The ones I am suspicious of most are the ones that platform themselves, get millions of viewers for profit, and you'll see in 6 months to a few years, they won't even be on the same topic anymore. Those are the ones I worry about most. There are women out there that are decent. I'm not saying all women are evil. I'm saying all women are capable and definitely have the power of the court to act so. Anyway, we'll do 2 back-to-backs right now.
Date. I want to be able to sleep with whoever I want and you not call me any kind of names or think anything bad about me. I want to be able to disrespect you and I want to be able to be mean to you and I want to be able to not meet your needs sexually, but yet I want you to still love me and do everything for me.
That's number 1. That is a woman. Yeah, modern women, but yes. So let's pull up the second one here really quick. It is a little bit more difficult than you would think to go through all these different screens here. But anyway.
This is going to be really upsetting to some people, but women are abusive as fuck.
Jesus Christ, she's ugly.
Abusive as fuck. They can be just as abusive as men. They just do it in different ways. Now, when we think about abuse, we tend to think about the kind of dudes that beat their wives and the epidemic numbers at which women are dying at the hands of men every year, right? But what we're not clocking is the subtle, insidious, covert, fucking narcissistic ass bullshit that women pull all the fucking time.
Which, by the way, if you're interested, Sandman actually touched on covert narcissism today. If you're really interested in a deep dive, I suggest Richard Grannon. He goes into covert narcissism. Most women that I know are more covert than they are overtly narcissistic when they are narcissists clinically. They use different tactics to manipulate you. They're not so much your typical narcissist that is always right and loud and flamboyant, talking shit. You know, that type of narcissist. They're more tactful. They're more victim mentality, and they use that to their advantage. Anyway, covert narcissists will leave you thinking you're fucked up, and you will be fucked up by the time it's over. They will strip every last ounce of sanity out of you before you even know what's happening. Those are the ones to watch out for. But anyway, moving on.
That we don't clock as abuse because it's happening from somebody in a woman's body, because we don't tend to believe that women are powerful enough to actually hurt other people. Now, in the patriarchy, women are not allowed to be directly aggressive.
Now, see, again, watch the word choice that they use. Not what their message is, their word choice.
They're meant to be passive, submissive, right? So how are they going to direct their aggression? Submissively, passive aggressive.
For those of you that missed it, we are in a gynocentric society, not a patriarchy.
Through covert manipulation, right? And what's really interesting about this form of abuse is that when I'm being honest with myself, I realize that most of the close women that I've had over the course of my life, either through friendships, romantic relationships, bosses, whatever, I'm realizing that almost all of them abused me or used abusive tactics in this way, right? And I never clocked it as abuse until a man did it to me. And when I started to...
What's funny about that is women will complain about how all men are shit, and then they'll turn around and start dating women. What they don't tell you is that it's much harder to date women. They're not used to dating their own and seeing how much shit they put each other through. So when they go what's the word for that? Muff diving? Yeah, that's a good one. Yep. We'll stick with muff diving. When they go muff diving, they realize the juice is also not worth the squeeze. And men weren't that bad after all. Just an interesting observation. Yep. But yeah, women don't know how bad women are because women usually don't put up with other women's shit. And there was another quote by George Carlin, women understand each other, and that's why they hate each other. I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, there you go. Let's finish this one up.
Describing it as an abuse because a man did it to me. Then I started to look up and realize that there are a lot of people that do this to me. And I'm moving away from this idea that men are more abusive because I'm slowly coming to this conclusion that people are abusive. Oh. And that we try to put people in boxes to try to make ourselves safe. But what we don't realize is that we're not holding a shit ton of women accountable for their abuse because under the patriarchy, we perceive them as weak. And because their abuse is not overt, we think it's harmless. But it's not. It's not harmless. It's actually more harmful. I have spent significantly more time unlearning and teasing apart the emotional abuse perpetuated onto me by both my mother and my younger sister, who's fucking mentally ill as fuck.
Yet you're still going to use the word patriarchy when it is clear that there is a gynocentric advantage used to manipulate and abuse people. Maybe you need to wake up from your fucking programming.
Than I ever spent on any time on my relationship with my dad. And I got some daddy issues. Mama likes older men.
Yep, there it is. Exactly what Thumper said. This chick is seeing it from a feminist point of view. That is exactly my point. She's hitting on it. She's getting it. But she's still going, the patriarchy, my feelings, men are privileged, pay inequality.
See, the dead giveaway of her being a feminist, the dead giveaway of her being a feminist and a, let's just say, fellow bean flicker enthusiast.
Mm-hmm.
The shaved head, the side of the head is shaved. 99% of women that I've seen are like that are either have it dyed, of course, beware of toxic colors, gentlemen. Usually are overt feminists or women that hate men, but yet they turn to the same sex that also is way more manipulative and abusive. Lesbians face way more abuse than a man and a woman. Fact.
Yep.
I don't know the number of the stats, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about the shaved side of the head theory.
I'm willing to go with it.
I don't see it, but that's me.
Poisonous tree frogs, they always come in bright colors, and they come with many different patterns to warn you. Having half of your head missing, hair-wise, is an interesting pattern for sure that alerts me there's something not quite right with your brain pan. On that note.
Yeah, they were great in bed. Anyway.
Yeah, most of the fucking psychos are. So you prove my point. Anyway.
Don't stick your dick in crazy, man.
We've all done it. Anyway, there's also mandatory must arrested in domestic violence laws. Mostly always men get cuffed, even though they called the women on the BS. Okay, now, guys, I'm going through some of these older chats. I'm going to catch up really quick as I can. Thumper, the sweaty fat guy, happened to me. The cops always wanted to arrest me. Yeah, most of them will go after the guy if they get the chance. Your only option is to leave all your stuff and your kids and not be there. Yeah, that's fair and equal, right? opportunity of outcome is what they have, or excuse me, equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity. So in an ideal world, if a woman fucked up, she would find out. But in our world, a woman fucks up and the man finds out. So that's always fun. Sean St. George, Myron from Fresh and Fit always says this. Only women have the privilege to be believed blindly. Yeah, wouldn't it be fucking nice if the tables just turned for just a day? If we could all just have a fucking men's day where believe all men. Yeah, sure. I'm sure that would work out great. Anyway, Thumper the Sweaty Fat Guy. This is the reason I do not date anymore. Yeah, the risk is too fucking high. All it takes is one fucking bad day. Even the most well-intentioned woman can completely fucking ruin your life. If she opens her mouth, gets pissed off, and decides, you know what, fuck you today, you're ruined. You're done. You're going to lose half your shit. If you have kids, you'll lose those. If you got pets, she might take those too. If you have a home, well, you're homeless now. So there you go. Fun time.
Who was the comedian that that woman claimed to had a bad date and tried suing him? Wasn't it
Armand Asante or something like that?
Aziz. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck that bitch.
All right, moving right along. Sean St. George, I've got a few stories. Don't know if I'd be able to join the stream. I have the setup, but I don't want kiddo around to tell them. My time zone is far lefter than yours, so bedtime for him is AM for you guys. Gotcha. Okay. If you can, join. If you can't, totally understand. No worries. Mr. E, I've got one of the worst stories you'll ever hear. I broke my back for a second time. She was arrested 4 times for assault. Jesus Christ. Yes, if you'd like to come on and share that story, you're absolutely more than welcome to. If not, again, we understand, because sometimes these stories are absolute nightmares to relive. Anyway, Thumper the Sweaty Fat Guy, they never arrested her, no matter what she did. Soldier Girl tapped out because her phone died. She did want to see if anybody in the chat wanted to date her, but unfortunately, technology failed her tonight. So we'll try again next time. If you'd like,
She forgot to add me on Instagram.
If you'd like to join the Only Oompa Loompas website, we will set that up for you guys here shortly.
Or a midget match.
Anyway, Mr. E, she took three convictions. Jesus. Well, at least she got something.
That's a lot for one night.
She in one night. Yeah, 3 convictions in one night. That's about the number of dicks she probably took too. I mean, anyway.
Yeah, that was the code.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Sean St. George. Yeah, the courts need severe reform. Top down, level the building, start over.
Yep.
That's where we're at. Allegedly, I say that. That's only an opinion. That's not I'm not asking any of you to do anything stupid. But that's where
I got the message loud and clear, Rhino.
Yeah. Anyway, Sean St. George. Want to be a ditch. Ooh, look, it auto-corrected him, or he auto-corrected himself. Let me fix that for you because this is YouTube. Want to be a bitch to me in a relationship? You can be single then. There you go. Sorry, Susan's gone. She's retired, so maybe we can get around the algorithm. Maybe, probably not. Anyway, Sean St. George. Damn, she said the silent part out loud. There you go. Let's see. Soldier Girl wanted to say, I just want to say, have a great weekend. See you next week. Love all you. Love you all. Fuck these bitches. All right. Perfect. Moving right along. Sean St. George. It's as if women have the 48 laws of power imprinted on them at birth. No shit. And I think we covered the fresh and fit thing. Let me make sure we've gotten through everybody. This chick is singing from a feminist. Yeah, we got through that. People are abusive. You don't say we got through that. And lastly, some abuse those relationships for personal gain and not give in return. Yeah, we do have a few more chats here, and then we will move on maybe to another topic involving a certain derailment. All right. Mr. E, she has to compare her pain to a man's pain. Yes. MGTOW, what were you want to read the MGTOW chats for us here? Okay. You
want me to hit up the MGTOW chats, or do you want Jimmy to?
You can do it as soon as I'm done with these. Shadow Sanat, the poison arrow frog is a good example of how glaringly bright neon colors mean extreme poison, just like my ex. Anyway, Sean St. George, lesbian couples have a higher rate of domestics than straight. And did you know that unreciprocated domestic violence, 70% of the time women initiate? If you don't know what the big word unreciprocated means the man didn't do anything. She initiated violence without him doing anything to begin that violence being enacted. So there you go. Women are guilty, statistically, not in court, 70% of the time. Unfortunately, not in court. All right. Thumper the Sweaty Fat Guy. I wish I could get drunk. Well, I'll have one for you. Jimmy, you want to raise a glass for old Thumper? There we go.
We'll help you out here, brother.
Lord knows tomorrow's going to be a hangover, so I'll help you out. Sean St. George, true, as in nature, the colorful ones are dangerous. For us humans, colored and eccentric hair is a warning sign. Absolutely. All right. Sean St. George again. Men's Day is misogynistic, you bigot. Yeah, absolutely. And to round out the chats here, Sean has subbed to Soldier Girl, so he's looking to get some of that. What did Limp Bizkit call it? You can take that nookie and shove it up your ass or whatever. Yeah, something like that. That's what he's looking for.
Did it all for the nookie.
There you go.
The cookie.
Yes, the cookie. That's what it is. Thumper the Sweaty Fat Guy, leaving the building, but clean all the shit out of it. All right. I auto-corrected. That's fine. I un-auto-corrected because bitch. Okay. Thumper the Sweaty Fat Guy, unreciprocated. 100% of my ex attacking me. You don't say. I am shocked. Fuck, I am shocked. Let's see. Sean St. George, last chat, and then we'll move on to MGTOW's chats. Unreciprocated violence. Yeah, I grew up on that. Don't blame my dad for leaving. There you go. It got dark in here. Let me hang on a second. Just a moment. Got a little dark. That's all I'm gonna say. Now let's move on to MGTOW. MGTOW, Mando, what are the chats looking like over there?
Okay, we've got several from Villainous Jack. I think the last one I read was Sean St. George looking like the mayor of East Palestine.
Yeah, that was a while ago. Yeah.
Yep.
Then there's one where he's just laughing. Another one with a picture. I'm not entirely sure what the reference is on that one.
I think that's the mayor.
Villainous Jack. House whore. My world is limited to my problems. Nothing else exists.
Yeah.
Villainous Jack. Video 2. Lesbian. Villainous Jack. Told you.
Yep.
And final one. From Villainous Jack again. Homosexuals tend to come from child abuse households.
Well, I don't know the statistics on that, but I'm willing to entertain the idea. If you have any statistics or data on that, please feel free to share it, but I would not be completely shocked. That goes along with the 65 flavors of gender in this country. I imagine they didn't come from a very welcoming and warming home either. So there you go. That is that. We have got some interesting stuff. We can either cover or both, but probably not just for time constraints. We can talk about the wage stagnation in this country, where the boomers say, in my day, I was able to afford a house on $7 an hour. Or we can talk about some plumes of wonderful chemical nature in Ohio. Which one would you like this evening, sirs, on the panel?
I've actually heard a few updates about the plumes of the whatnots going on in the whatwares.
Okay.
The kabooms.
The kabooms, yes.
Yeah, you've got at least two people on the on the panel currently who could actually give borderline expert opinions allegedly on what's going on over there.
All right. Tell you what we'll do then. Let me see if I can just entertain you guys with the best of both worlds. Let's start off with, let me pop up a video here. Okay, I'm going to show you this one first. If you don't know, if you've been living under a rock. The problem with this is the copyright, so hang on. These are just images. We've got to keep that song. Oh, well, I mean, we already played the Oompa Loompa song. Who cares? And I had an opening that was copyright, so I don't care. Fuck it. Okay, anyway, those are some of the images. Yeah. We'll rewind since you were listening to my fucking loud mouth. Here is a 200-mile radius controlled, I should say that with air quotes, controlled burn. You should have seen the image before the controlled burn. It was a lot less severe. Anyway, gentlemen, your thoughts on the images so far, then we'll go into further details as we carry on this conversation.
So you can see me rubbing my hands and cracking my knuckles because I'm a little bit, well, let's just say pissed off. Yeah. So, number one, FEMA, Red Cross, and any federal aid was not going to be given. And then just today or yesterday, I think it was today, former President Trump said he's going to go down and visit East Palestine, Ohio. Well, guess what? FEMA fucking went and just said, "Oh no, we're changing our story, changing our story, changing our story. We're going to send all this." Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, FEMA. Snork
By the
my
way,
balls, snork my shaft.
Just for fun, those of you still watching, who decided to do the controlled burn? Was it one in the chat?
governor.
The number one. Hold on. Was it number one in the chat? The owner of the train company, or number two in the chat? Was it the EPA? Which one do you think it was? The Environmental Protection Agency, number two, or a private corporation? Who decided what was best for an entire fucking state? Which one do you think? Which one do you think in the chat? One,
From what I heard, it was.
Let him answer in the chat really quick. Hold. All right.
It was number one.
We have a lot of number twos, and you guys would be wrong. You know who decided what was best for an entire state? An independent corporation decided what was best for everyone and all the life living in that 200-mile radius of that cloud. Probably further than that, for all I know. But it was a corporation.
Oh, it's going to be a lot further.
It was actually I can't confirm this. I'm just saying what I've heard. It was the private corporation of the railroad, because they needed to get the railroad open as soon as possible and this and that.
It was Norfolk.
The governor signed off on that deal. So fuck him. And I'm pretty sure there was a couple other little people that we don't know about in the mix of that. So let's just burn vinyl chloride to get the fucking railroad open and cause 200.
Which Jackal's been very quiet tonight. But Jackal, if you are still there in the background, what does burning that chemical become? You are the expert in this field of history.
That becomes phosgene, which accounted solely for about 85% of the total casualties inflicted by chemical weapons in World War I, which totals around 90 to 100,000.
Isn't that fucking pleasant?
Ding, 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 ding. He got it in one, Johnny.
And another thing that really pissed me off today, and this is for the Biden voters out there, just to say that old demented diaper-filled asshole, I'm trying to keep it somewhat nice.
Say it, Jimmy.
No, I don't want to completely nuke his channel, because if it won't happen already, it will if I say what I want to say. We're going to be sending more aid to Ukraine for diplomatic fucking research, or for diplomatic sources, and all sorts of other stupid bullshit. But yet we can't fucking fund or build or get something going for something that even you caused. Something that Pete Buttigieg says, oh, this happens thousands of times, and it's no big deal. When it's no big deal in those thousands of times, during those derailments, it's mainly a coal train, which coal is very easily fucking clean upable, and it's only a handful of cars. And then you have the occasional Amtrak that derails, whatever. Thousands of times. It's real common, huh? What isn't real common is lighting vinyl chloride on fucking fire.
Yep.
And I'm done. I need a beer.
Absolutely.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I covered this in my bullshit report.
All right.
DeWine only had one thing to say to the people in response to their questions on what to do. These citizens that are scared because, one, a train has derailed, and there's how many tankers that they see overturned, spilling very odd looking chemicals that if they were to take a rock and throw it into any streams nearby, they can actually see the rainbow silt coming up. They can see their animals are dying. I put it in I actually had to cut it in order to get the bullshit report to 3 minutes. But a woman she had volunteered to take part of the report, the news report, that her entire pen full of chickens was dead. They were all dead because their exposure to the phosgene in the air, it had killed them slowly, which it does line up with the symptoms with some of the symptoms that people around that area are describing they're having. They're having irritation to the eyes. They're starting to get troubles breathing, and the irritation will continue to progress to the point where you won't be able to breathe at all, and your eyes will literally become bloodshot and water uncontrollably, which are just the non-fatal stages of exposure to phosgene before it just totally wrecks your lungs and you die.
Well,
Here's another thought.
That's what.
Oh, go ahead.
What phosgene does is it basically binds to your mucous membranes.
Yeah.
And it essentially gives you something very similar to a form of dry land drowning. It's a very, as far as chemical warfare goes, it's a very fast way to go, but it's also a very painful way to go.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And
here's what I wanted to get. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. This delay is
without getting too graphic on this. It'd be like sticking your head into a vat of some kind. It'd be like sticking your head in Vicks Vapor Rub after it's been stuck in a microwave for a minute, gotten into a gaseous form, and then all of a sudden stepping out into regular air.
That's good enough descriptor for me, and unfortunately, I hope that's not going to be the reality for those people in that area. But my hope doesn't mean a fuck against reality. So
no, because DeWine told them, "You have no choice. You have to leave."
Yeah,
that is an evacuation order, and these people have no place to go.
Right, and then they could come back a day later like it was no big deal. Oh, and it's completely contained, by the way.
Yeah,
there's nothing in the air.
Totally fine.
It's totally okay to go in there, and the air and the water is totally fine. I can't confirm this, so take it with a grain of salt. But I saw on Instagram a video of a woman making her coffee like a normal day, any normal day.
Oops.
She goes to
plan on how they're gonna deal.
Shit. Sorry about that, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Fucking up by the numbers, man.
Press the wrong button, man.
She goes to add her milk or creamer or whatever it is. The fucking coffee sizzles like a goddamn steak. But it's totally fine and safe to drink. I've seen photos of during the whole meeting and whatnot that the mayor held. Someone brought in a water bottle that looked like green fucking Gatorade that they said that came from their fucking well. But hey, everything's totally fine. Totally fine. You can live.
The thing is, our government has never really been good at taking responsibility for its foul ups.
No,
and
because
our
we got
corporations and our corporations have never been good at taking ownership of our foul ups. I don't know what the exact count is, but this country has got dozens of what are known as Superfund sites shotgunned throughout the landscape. A Superfund site, in simple terminology, is a location that the EPA basically owns for pretty much forever. And the originator of the initial spill of whatever the nasty is supposed to be going in there to continue trying to clean it up and getting funding to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's something else that I wanted to bring up. This actually leads into the next video. I have a counter argument to the video before it even starts. You think they're really going to stop selling all the stuff that came out of that state as far as agriculture, livestock, any of that? Do you think that's just going to stop?
Oh,
they're
no,
just going to completely eliminate it?
Intentionally let it keep going because they know what the side effects are.
If the smart people that do the farming and the ranching down there, they would, I really hate to say it, but they would cease to sell anything contaminated there if they were smart.
Now, let's get into this video.
Got to make a living somehow.
Yeah, that is the point we're getting to, though. Let's.
Around here, their businesses are ruined. I'm not eating any corn from any of these farms around here. Are you? That woman that's got 3 kids and hasn't worked for 2 weeks and had to pay for a hotel. Don't make her decide if she needs to wash her kids in that poisoned water or not. And that's what's happening. Those are the decisions that are being made. Well, the stock price is being protected instead, not them. Cowards. The politicians and the CEOs of this company, cowards. So long as corporations are allowed to buy the politicians, this isn't going to end. Most important thing's profit. It's not these people.
Yep. And
He's
like I
dead
said,
on target there.
He might have suggested that people there may not buy that corn, but those corporations are still going to buy that fucking corn. And those corporations are still going to ship it to all 50, and you're going to be eating that fucking corn if you don't know about it. And how the fuck are you going to know about it? Because most corporations that sell food like this have little legal loopholes where they don't have to tell you where the food came from.
Even though that they need to have every single ingredient listed on the
but they don't have to tell you if it came from China or if it came from Ohio or if it came from God knows where. Please enlighten me, because I am understanding that they have a legal loophole that they don't have to disclose the location of where livestock was taken from.
Well, I know when I go to the supermarket and you look at, like, you know, your fresh vegetables and all that kind of stuff, it says product of wherever it was grown.
Yeah,
It's when you
so
get into the package stuff.
Do they legally have to?
Yes.
Is the point I'm getting at. All right.
Yes.
J-Mo,
So if all right, so let's say I gave a bushel of fucking corn to Jimmy here, right? All right. All legally, Jimmy's allowed to ask me where it grew, what soil I used, any air contaminants in the last 60 days, right? He's allowed to ask all those questions, and legally, I've seen a videotape, I have to tell you every last detail. So, like, when I worked at Walmart, right, we used to get the shipping containers of fruit, right? That, whatever private farm it comes from, they have to list ingredients used, ingredients in the soil, what type of soil, what time it was pulled or plucked or whatever word you want to use, and the time it was shipped. They have to do that legally because, God forbid, Jimmy goes out and buys a peach, bites into it, and gets horribly fucking sick. Jimmy can then track down the farm, track down the soil. He can hire somebody to do a contamination test, and he can completely fuck that person. That is why all those things have to be in place.
So
then I stand corrected. However, do you think they're going to stop shipping that shit?
No, they're not. They're going to be secretive little dick bags about it.
My question is, Ohio is a mainly corn and soybean producing state.
Correct.
How good is the harvest actually going to be because of all of this? Because
non-existent.
I wouldn't say
no for sure, but I would say not good.
I would say not good, but non-existent is going to be a stretch because it's still going to. If 1% of their harvest is good and edible, the other 99% will be thrown into the same category. That's where the Drug and Food Administration fucks up a lot.
Okay, I will definitely concede that particular point.
Here's something else. Some of the sweaty fat mentioned something here. The corn they grow is cattle feed. Humans don't eat it. Now, that being that we now know, apparently I was wrong. I'll admit to that when I fuck up. But the cattle, do they have to disclose what the cattle was eating and where that came from on labels?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So check your fucking labels, I guess, is the bottom line.
Well, it's not just that. So, we'll just say the Mandalorian guy because I don't know his name.
All right.
So, if he was a farmer, if he and I were farmers in Ohio, right, and we sold one of these poison calves or cows, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's like and he might correct me on this one. I believe there's like 102 checklists they have to clear before the meat can even be cut.
Okay.
That part I don't know for certain. I do know.
Go ahead. That was my interruption.
I do know that in some or some countries, because of prevalence of certain illnesses, that they cannot export meat from certain livestock.
Right.
Okay.
I know specifically with the mad cow disease because my family was in Europe in the 80s, and that was something that was kind of a big deal back then. I think that's finally died down a little bit, but I suspect something very similar is going to be happening here with what's currently going on in Ohio. It's just a suspicion, though. I don't have anything to pin that to.
Right. Well, I mean, the grandest news about that whole situation is Ohio distributes like 0.025% of all American meat. So the chances of you actually going to a store and taking that meat out and smelling it going, fucking Ohio, is like very, very slim.
Right.
All right. I want to point this out really quick. Hang on 2 seconds. Sean St. George, also kiddos asleep. If you want another voice in the panel, I can volunteer. I know I have no right to ask, but I believe you asked earlier, but I'm now in a position to do so. Sir, you are welcome to call in anytime. However, we are getting to the end of this, and I'd hate for you to come on and we close shop.
Right.
So any future episodes, you are more than welcome on the panel. That's why we do call-in shows, so you guys can call in. The only reason I'm saying probably not a good idea now is we are on the tail end of this stream for sure.
But since and just one other point, because I missed it earlier because a lot of people were talking and I hate interrupting. Jimmy brought up a good point. Am I allowed to call him Jimmy because that's his name, or am I screwing this up here?
That is Jimmy goddamn Bones.
All right. So when he brought up the whole Ukraine mess. And everything that's going on as far as the litigation with our stupid ass government in this dumb fucking presidential country that's called Ukraine, right? All that happened in Ohio was we literally made a homegrown Ukraine when Chernobyl popped off.
Yep.
That's literally all we just did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite to the severity, but just as lethal.
Yep. And the government didn't give a fuck about it until Trump said, "Oh, I'm going to make a visit there next week." And then
because they don't want Trump to get any points. That's the last thing they want because they know Trump's running again. They know he's probably about 90% certain he's going to get the office because nobody likes this child touching dumb fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and the sad part is just to show how fucking and Jimmy touched on it earlier with that liberalism rant he went on. Every time a liberal takes office, that's when the world pops off and goes, you know what? Now that there's a pussy in there, we can just have at it.
Yeah.
Right? That's just like when Trump was in office and before that whole war in Ukraine thing kicked off. When Trump literally had to tell the president of Ukraine to shut his fucking mouth when it came to Putin, warned him numerous times, and I'm not saying I'm in support of what Russia did, but at the same time, and everybody in this panel will agree with me on this point, you can only push somebody so fucking far before they're going to push back.
Yeah.
And they're going to push back with shit you don't like.
Yep. And to be honest, the whole fucking Ukraine thing, we don't know why this whole thing is popping off. Everybody's saying, "Oh, well, it's because Putin wants Crimea and he wants Ukraine and this and that." It's like, how many people in our fucking government have ties to Ukraine?
Right.
Right.
Way too fucking many, if you ask me.
One of my old buddies who is now a major, he's actually stationed on NORAD, so good for him, moving on up.
Yep.
But the low down dirty version of this is basically this. Putin made a comment, the president of Ukraine shut off his oil supply. That was the last push for Putin to be like, all right, you know what? Fuck this, fuck you. Now I'm coming to get you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because the president of Ukraine just doesn't know how to shut his fucking mouth.
Well, he's a fucking actor in a alleged.
at least he can play piano with his dick, though, right?
Well, I mean, but that's just pure talent. I'm not going to take that from him.
Not the only fucking thing he's talented.
Only thing I can play is hot cross buns.
Jesus. All right. Before we go off on the rails about Ukraine, because that could be an entire show, what we're going to do is pop off another quick video with a woman that actually shockingly knows what the fuck is going on, and I like it. I support it. Although the message in this video is fucked up, but true. Here we go.
Makes no sense.
So you're saying the UFO
That's the government.
as the distraction?
That's a distraction.
And everything that's happening right now with the spills.
So there's the derailment, which just had the chemical spills. You got the UFOs. You got Putin threatened us today. He's sending a ship out this way. This motherfucker is not playing with any of us.
But at the same time, we're fucking United States are bullies. They always want to put their fucking feet in everything, want to be.
U.S. intercepted an hour ago. U.S. intercepts 4 Russian warplanes coming towards the entrance of Alaska. Took them down. This is now, like, it's happening.
No, I know.
And nobody, our government isn't telling us. I have the news from other fucking countries on here. Our government isn't telling us shit.
Of course, they're not going to say shit. How many people in the United States will freak out? How many Americans wouldn't know what the fucking to do? Where would they go? Where would they travel?
Where we go.
Right, well, that's what I'm trying to say. That
If something was to happen right now, how would we survive? We don't have no backup, nothing. We don't have nothing.
and that's without the warning of the United States
Right.
telling everybody.
They're not gonna, you think they're gonna warn us? It's gonna happen exactly how it happens in movies. Boom, out of nowhere, mass destruction. What the fuck you gonna do? I hope you're prepared. You didn't prepare? We're fucked. And no fire starters, no blankets. Like, we don't have absolutely nothing.
Okay.
I was thinking, when we get
We have nothing because they didn't warn us.
I'm gonna fucking order a doomsday kit from fucking Amazon.
Yeah, probably should have done that 6 months ago.
Okay, so I'm just
a couple years ago.
Yeah, right. At least.
So I'm just gonna weigh in here, and whoever wants to argue with me, you know, you can have at it.
Fuck you, JMO.
All right, fuck you too. So unfortunately, I actually saw that video, and one of the comments, which was later deleted, which I thought was very interesting, because she's made a few videos kind of like this. She has now been nicknamed the Queen of Mass Hysteria, because the shit that spews out of her mouth. Here's the thing, and I just want everybody to be rest assured, and I mean this when I say this. This is the type of videos that I hate seeing, because yes, does she have a point? Sure. Right? I guarantee you, if we had shot down 4 Russian spy planes, I most likely would have been the first to know about it, because my buddy couldn't wait to brag about it.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
The whole.
And now you get into the whole UFO dumb shit thing, which is whatever. I don't even want to touch that issue, because I got probed by an alien once. She was from Guatemala. So when you break down this crap about World War III and Russia and the China collusion, here's the thing: Russian troops and Chinese troops, and I am part Russian, but they march good. We've all seen their fucking fighting skills. Okay, it's China is nothing to worry about. Russia is so economically fucked; they're nothing to worry about. It's almost getting to a point to where people are on this World War III kick. Will it happen in our lifetime? Maybe, and that's a big maybe. Because at the end of the day, the president doesn't have the power to control war, and that's where these people get it fucked up. All it takes is one general to say, "Hey, this shit happened. Let's do this," and then it's off.
So you don't believe there were any intercepted Russian fighter jets or anything? Because I've been hearing that from a few different places.
There were 4 Russian bombers that did not, from what I've heard. So take it with a grain of salt. Call me an asshole, call me a dipshit, whatever you want.
Fucking asshole.
There were 4. Oh, of course, you're going to call me an asshole. You're a fucking asshole. But from what
don't be a dipshit.
From what I've seen, and it's a blessing and a curse that I pay attention to everything. I did see that Russian bombers were they weren't intercepted. They were, oh, what's the fucking word I'm looking for? They were
turned back.
At. They were
rerouted.
Well,
go away. We don't want you here.
They were looked at and they were paid attention to, but they did not interfere in American U.S. airspace.
Nope.
And it was over Alaska, and it happens quite often.
Exactly.
From what I'm heard.
So when I go to Alaska, okay, and this is just how realistic this can get, right? So when I went to visit family in Siberia, okay, Alaska's only a stone's throw away from Russia, and Alaska is in their legal airspace.
Yes.
So I've seen anything from Russian fighter jets. I've seen Russian drones, and all this is while we were just out moose hunting.
Right.
They're allowed to patrol Alaska as much as they want, because that originally Russia was supposed to be a part of their deal for World War II.
Mm.
So when you look back at all this crap, and this is what pisses me off so much because people pay so much attention to Alaska. Russia's been able to fly over that forever because that was part of their training grounds as given to them for their help in World War II.
Those of you watching, by the way, sorry to cut you off there really quick. If you're reading the bottom of the screen, I try to bring up chats when I can't read them because you guys are actually typing quite a bit in here. But Sean St. George has said a couple things, so I'm going to read those really quick because they are relevant. A Russian bomber was escorted out of Alaska in the last 24 hours. I'm in Alaska. I know. Then this is routine. They were escorted out. I'm in Alaska. This is routine. They test a lot, probably 100 sorties a year. There you go. I wanted to make sure that got read.
So, what president was it that, or what was the name of the dude that bought Alaska from Russia?
Wasn't that Eisenhower?
No, it was.
No,
it was before Eisenhower.
Then it had to be Roosevelt because it had to be sometime soon after World War II or during.
Oh, it was
Roosevelt was dead.
No, it was.
So, can I just put a bow on all this?
Yes, sir. Because we're going to do one last topic, one last conversation, then call it a night.
So
I'm going to
Billy, go ahead.
So people are trying to figure out what's going on in the world, but here's the thing: we've been at war with the rest of the world for a long time now, and especially over the last few years. The let's just say the sickness from another country. So we don't get thrown off YouTube here. Look what's happened with that. Look at what's happened with the fentanyl coming over. The chemicals are being sent over from China and then up through the border that's wide open.
It's almost like we're letting it happen.
Right.
Look at the politicians who don't give a fuck about what's going on in this country, but are stuffing their pockets full of money that gets washed through Ukraine. I mean, how many more examples do you need to know that this country is rotting from the inside out? from its politicians to other countries. We've always been a target, for a long time, and they're, it's really accelerating now to where all these forces are lining up to just implode this country. So, look, be strong, stock up your stuff, and be prepared.
And kind of sort of ties into the last thing I was going to say for the evening. It's just 2 quick videos and then reactions to that, and then we're closing down. So this is the end of the show. Thank you guys all for tuning in and staying here till the end. Much appreciated. And be sure, if you haven't already, to go check out Billy Von Baum's channel. Well, unless he remakes it into Billy Von Bad Corn. But for now, it's billyvonbaum.com. You can check him out there. He's also on YouTube. Looks like he's doing some MGTOW.tv stuff. He puts up movies for you guys to watch, movies that every man should see before he dies. Go check that shit out. Also, he does our intro, he does our breaks, and he does our outro. So, I mean, what's not to love? Billy is the shit.
I'm just going to replace you with an AI-generated version.
At some point, the show will be run by Billy. It'll just be my face and my voice. That's how it's going to go.
Be more pleasant to talk to.
Probably.
But that's a low blow.
Anyway, on that
note. But getting on to, may I just say one thing to Billy?
Get monetized.
Yeah.
May I just say one thing to Billy?
Sure.
Yes, quickly. Yes, go.
Okay. So, and Billy hit it on the head with we've been at war for fucking ever, and it is always internal. But the biggest problem that, and we'll see what Billy thinks about this statement, the biggest problem that America has is complete mass hysteria. That's the biggest problem we have. And I told Rhino about this a couple years ago. I put something on Facebook. I ended up getting 48 million likes in under 3 hours. And all I said was simply this: China's invading us right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, and then it was probably forgotten about, a day later.
Oh, yeah. But it's like this lady in this video. She's going to spread this hysteria. It'll go for 2 or 3 days, and it'll be like, oh, who's this bitch?
Yeah. Well, you see, she touches on some things that are like, oh, well, that could be true. So if what she's saying is that, because I know that's true. So the rest of it must be true, because these certain points he's hitting, I know are true because I've heard it from this person, that person, the other person. But you know what? She's just some twat on the fucking internet.
Thank you.
You know.
On that note, we're going to move into the final topic. Let me read the last couple chats here. Thumper the Sweaty Fat Guy. Yeah, C-word was Secretary of something, LOL. Yep. Sean St. George, thanks for the stream, giving me a good time and paying attention for me in the chat. Absolutely, sir. Jimmy Bones posted a link here to history.com about Alaska. And Sean St. George, if I could give you a super chat, I would, but the option isn't available yet. As long as we don't screw the capoche and get kicked off of YouTube. But hold on.
Wait, Rhino. What? He can give you a super chat over on MGTOW TV.
Oh, yes.
Remember
is,
I did that experiment.
There is super chat over on MGTOW. But keep in mind, you can also head over to RedPillRhino.com, RedPillRhino.com. And there are 2 different links. One is PayPal, one is Cash App. You can donate there if you want to support the show as well. But yeah, I guess we can do super chats on MGTOW. I didn't even know. I just press live and hope for the best. So yes, you can super chat over there if you want to, or donate at redpillrhino.com. All right, moving on to the last topic, which will be short, although I'm sure this will get y'all spun up. I mean, I'm sure Jimmy's going to get spun up. This is going to be the wage thing. We're just going to cover the wage thing really quick. Okay. All right, here we go. We're just going to play this guy. He's got 2 videos. They're both relevant, and they're both back-to-back, like part 1, part 2 type things. So. All right, and if you have background noise, please mute your mic for me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, here we go.
Here. You know, I keep hearing over and over how people just don't want to work these days. I hear this, it seems like everywhere I go. And maybe it's just because of my age. I know a lot of people that own businesses, but all I keep hearing is people don't want to work these days. They'd rather sit at home and get government assistance. You know, I actually did a little math today. I was trying to help a young man out, and I was doing a little math. The average apartment in Texas is about $1,000. Now, that's not a good one. That's not a real high-end one. That's just an average apartment. About $1,000 a month. Now, that's not utilities. That's not your water, your gas. That's just rent. $1,000 a month. You know, I went ahead and looked up the average cost of a vehicle, the average monthly cost of a vehicle in Texas. And it's just under $600, right? So you figure if a person wants a vehicle and a place to live, that no utilities, no food, just those two things, it's about $1,600 a month in Texas. So if you expect people to go to work for $12 an hour, and you know, I'm saying $12 an hour because I know people around here, and that's what they want to pay a carpenter. That's what they want to pay a skilled laborer to come and do some work. They want to give them $12 an hour. That's less than $2,000 a month before taxes. Before taxes. The point I'm trying to make is, for all of you that can't figure out why you cannot get people to work for you, maybe you can't afford people to work for you. Yeah, maybe you can't afford people to work for you. Or maybe while you're charging your clients $30 an hour to have people there on site, you should actually give your people that work for you a living wage so that they can afford a roof and food without having to go to the government to ask for assistance. Otherwise, you know, it makes it pretty easy to just sit on your ass and ask for assistance. You know, who in the hell wants to work 40-hour weeks and then have to get government assistance on top of that? And guys, this is not just undereducated people. People with college degrees in America making less than $15 an hour. You can't afford to live on it. That's why people are living in tents. Yeah, I'm tired of hearing this whole narrative, Americans don't want to work. No. These companies don't want to pay. Peace and love. I'm out.
All right, that is part one. I'm going to pop up part two for you.
Oh man, I could spend the whole stream on this.
Here, you know.
Yeah, and we could go into depth in a future stream. We can't do that tonight, but we could rehash this. But let me bring up this guy's second point. There actually is a third video that is the more educated the fancy people in the suits that talk about this too. But this guy's on point here. He does say living wage. And of course that gets the right little spun up because they're saying, what are you saying? They should have to work hard for a living. No, he's really just saying pay according to inflation. But, you know, I'm not a lefty. Yes. You already know that. But, you know, the lefties want a fucking universal income. I think that's bullshit. I think you should be paid a fair wage. I mean, that's not asking too much, right? They did it prior to the 70s for over 150 years. It was only after the 70s that the wage no longer kept up with inflation. But what do I know? Let's press play on part two.
Since I made that last video about wages, I couldn't even tell you how many people popped in and said, I pay $18 an hour. I pay $20 an hour, and I can't get anybody to come to work for me. I want to show you guys something. Check this out. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Check this. So in Texas, they don't have a state income tax. The cities don't charge an income tax. Whatever comes out of your check is federal, right? But in Texas, they've got this really cool paycheck calculator. Like, you can just Google it and you can find out how much you're expected to bring home. So what you're looking at right here, $38,400, that's $20 an hour. All right, that's if you're actually giving the guy 40 hours a week, or the woman, whoever. If you're actually giving somebody 40 hours a week, which we know doesn't happen very often in jobs that advertise high pay. If you're actually getting 40 hours a week, all right, this is your salary, okay, and your biweekly bring home is about $12.94. Now, keep that in mind. Look, everybody says my math was wrong. I got a calculator and everything. Look, you go ahead and put that together, you get $25.88. All right, so your average electric, $177 in Texas. The average food bill, non-restaurant in Texas, $276. Look here, I went ahead and looked up gas, cable, water, yeah, all of that stuff. You know, the health insurance alone in Texas per person, you can expect to pay about $510, yeah, just for your health insurance. So, for everybody out there,
that's assuming you even pay for health insurance. Now, I'm an independent contractor. Just want to point that out. I am self-employed, have my own business license. I'm an LLC. I work for contractors. Basically, they say, you want this gig, this is how much it pays, this is how many miles it runs, you take this load every day, 9 to 5 or whatever the hours are. In my case, it's like noon to 6, something like that. Depending on how many speeding tickets I want, I can get that down to noon to 4. we probably shouldn't talk about that. But anyway,
not.
I make a pretty good wage. Matter of fact, I've got a cakewalk of a job. I am in the middle class bracket, approaching the 60K mark. Not going to give the exact number, but I'm doing okay doing this job as an independent contractor. The thing is I bust my ass and I fought tooth and nail. I've argued with many a contractor and said, your pay is shit and I need more because this ain't going to cut it. Here's my mileage. Here's the amount you're paying me. I'm spending about half my income on fucking gas. That's not going to fly at all. So this needs to get fixed or go fuck yourself. I'll go to the next guy in line. And eventually you get to one that says, I see your point. They might do it begrudgingly, but eventually if you stand your ground and you are a hard worker and you do show up and you're not one of these fucking lazy cunts that never shows up to work, you too can make a decent wage. Do I even work full-time hours? No, but I make full-time decent, lower middle class, but still decent pay. But I had to work for it. I had to bust my ass. No one is saying go out there and just get money for free. What is it? Money for nothing and chicks for free. But anyway, I did notice Sean St. George says this ducktard is not a business owner. I don't know that. I can't confirm nor deny that. He's a wage slave. You got to grind. Well, this is where I agree with you. Get a second job, get a side hustle, turn it into a business. Want a white picket fence life, duck and grind. Now, this is where I argue a little bit because this is I'm not coming down on you, but I'm saying this a little bit indoctrination. Prior to 1970, there was a single family household earner, $15 or under an hour, we account for inflation, was able to afford a home. If we adjust that same $15 an hour to current day, it's over $100,000 a year income. Obviously, $15 an hour is not a six-figure income. Inflation continues to rise. The cost of wages in this country is stagnant. So since the 70s, we have not seen an increase per year to match inflation. Now, I get there's arguments in economics that that's not sustainable. You're right, but neither is what we're doing now to where people can't even afford to fucking feed themselves. That's not sustainable either, in my opinion. But let's have the panel have a say.
So I'm going to agree where he says you got to fucking grind. You got to grind. You got to grind. If you got to wake up 2 hours early to go into work and get that extra work, get that extra overtime, fucking do it. In my case, I am one of two mechanics in my shop. And one of them is probably going to retire this year. So I'm either going to say, I'm going to go up to the bigwigs and say, all right, here's the deal. I'm one man. I can work on the trailers. I can fix the shit. What I can't do is work on the trucks, work and make sure that we have the trailers in the lot that are ready to go. All I got to do is park them up at the dock so they can load them with freight. Boom, out the door we go. I can do that right now because I believe we have 4 or 5 trailers that are sitting ready to go. Perfect. No problem. I can come in 2 hours early. They're going to fucking pay me for it though.
Yeah.
Well, I have right now I work from 7:30 roughly to 4:30 roughly.
Yeah. And see, the biggest problem I have with the argument, nothing against you, Sean. So far, you've been spot on. I have a little bit of a problem knowing that the boomers, if you will, they don't understand there is a huge disconnect between them, Gen Xers, millennials, and even Gen Z. They seem to think there's this magical world that existed when they were, getting on their grind, that they could work a one full-time job and be able to do the Disney vacations, be able to have the 2 cars, be able to have the 5 fucking kids and the fucking house and the white picket fence. But now they're telling you, and this is part of the indoctrination, I say, go get a second job, grind harder, work longer hours, work 12-hour days, work 15-hour days, work 20-hour days. Enough. That's the problem. They were paid a fair fucking wage. Therefore, one member of that household could work a 40-hour-a-week job and provide for a family. Now, if you want to have a family, both parents are working. By the way, this is by design. It's a feminist program. The government is now set up to force both parents into the workforce, so the parents are not raising the children, and the children are being indoctrinated by the state. Say, this is all by design. This is why they tell you, go get a second job, work harder. You're being a pussy, get a third job. Quit being a fucking bitch, get a 4th job, work harder.
Put that grind in, man. Put that grind in.
They're trying to make you a good wage slave. That's what they're telling us.
Once they recognize that they can use the feminist kind of way of thinking, they think, oh, well, we can implement women into the workforce and we can extract their tax dollars as well.
Yes.
And we'll just go ahead and confuse them by saying, well, they're only getting paid 60 cents per dollar compared to men, so they have to work harder.
Which is completely untrue.
This is a huge component of this. You put women in the workforce, you took them out of the home, you took them away from providing for the children, raising the children, taking care of the children. You put them in the workforce, told them to be strong and independent, and they could do anything. And really what you did is you stripped away men's wages by 50%. Okay. Oh, wage gap. I'm sorry. Maybe that number's a little bit off. Yeah, wage gap's been debunked. Fuck you. Fuck off. Actually, women are making more in the workforce now than men because all their fucking nagging, whining, and complaining. But what do I know about that? Anyway. If you want to fix, this is my opinion, and I'll shut up and let you have the floor, JMO, after this. This is my opinion. If you want to fix the fucking wage problems in this country, I'm going to piss a lot of people off here. Send the women back to the fucking kitchen and let the men do the goddamn work. Let women raise their fucking kids and let men provide for their families. Wow. Maybe I stepped out of line, but I think that would go a long way to solve the fucking problem, wouldn't it? JMO, you have the floor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just on an ulterior opinion here, only because I've seen it, Rhino's seen it, guarantee Jimmy's seen it, guarantee Mandalorian's seen it, and so has Corn Pop guy. Sorry, I forgot your name. Everybody in the panel has seen this crap, right?
Yeah.
It's the fact that the jobs, and sometimes this is the case, so I can't completely agree with that dude in Texas, because I'm sorry, Texas is a way easier place to live than in fucking Colorado.
Yeah, no shit.
I don't give a fuck what his opinion is. I could afford Texas today.
Mm-hmm. If I could, here's the trick, JMO. If you got paid Colorado wages in Texas, you could afford Texas today. The problem is if you move out of this shithole state, you lose the wages and you get paid less. That's the issue that keeps you here.
No, and that I agree with you 110%. Where I get lost in translation with this guy, I don't think it's so much the company pay. Does it need to go up? Yes. The problem is when you do jobs like me and you have, where I have the title carpenter. I know how to do things on job sites. I know how to drive a fucking travel lift, for God's sakes, right? The issue is you get these young-ass kids, and unfortunately they changed the birth year of millennials, which strictly pissed me off, because now it fucking includes me. But these kids, and I've seen it firsthand on the job site, we're doing architectural precast, these kids just don't want to fucking work. They want to show up, they want to text, they want to earn their easy money, and they want to fucking go home.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is when you train these kids to get a fucking skill, they just don't want to do it.
Well, and part of the problem,
kids are so used to this digital age bullshit where it's why get a job when you could pick up a fucking iPad and E-Trade all day long.
Yeah, well, and that is part of the problem. But another one of the problems that a lot of people don't understand, of course, and I'm not going to say this politely, but what else have I said politely this evening? Sorry, YouTube.
Word.
Just over broke is a job. Most people,
yeah,
we're always going to need burger flippers, okay? You got to understand that. There are going to be some people out there, they're going to have to flip the fucking burgers and treat them right because they can spit in your food and herpes is a thing. So treat fast food workers politely, just saying. But somebody has to flip the burgers. However, keep in mind a job is just over broke. Leave that to the fucking kids. The fucking kids just getting out of high school, give them those jobs. When they want to acquire skills along the way, they need something more than a just over broke. They need a career. Now, I'm not one of these fucking wage slave fucking cunts that says, yeah, you need to work from the day you're born till the day you die and don't enjoy your life. You only have one of them after all, so fuck you, go to work. But I will say this. You do need to work on acquiring skills in order to become useful so you can actually make a decent wage. Because if the only thing you can do is flip a fucking burger until you're dead, hi, Dad, you're not going to be worth much and you're not going to have a good wage.
No, and I mean, and that's 110% true.
Yes.
But until the working class mentality comes back in full force, you're going to have companies who are going to give you a salary cap as far as hours go, and I'm sure Jimmy can agree with me there, because I guarantee you, Jimmy was happy. I don't know how much he makes. This is just a raw guesstimation. You don't have to tell me. But let's say Jimmy was happy as shit when he made $24 an hour, only to realize, fuck, now they're not going to pay me shit else for another 3 years.
Oh yeah,
I'd love to be making $24 an hour right now.
Shit, so would I. But that's the point. They cap you at this, and they're like, oh well, now you can only get raises during reviews. I was like, so you're telling me I'm going to see 2084, which is what my broadcast makes, for a whole year until I get another 60-cent review?
So I just want to.
Sean St. George, really quick. Sean St. George is correct. Yes, Rhino, become someone of value in the workforce so you can legitimately demand the wage that you feel you're worth. It's not owed, it's earned. You're absolutely correct.
Perfect.
We agree.
I actually have a perfect fucking example. A little backstory to myself. When I was in high school, I worked, of course, the burger flipping jobs, the busboy jobs, just to,
hey, Jimmy,
enough to
make me a fucking sandwich.
You asked for that one, bro. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I worked at Burger King, bro. Don't feel bad.
But I worked at Culver's. Well, not once but twice.
Oh, now you can really make me a sandwich.
Yeah,
there you go. But anyways,
Culver's,
when I eventually moved in with my father a week before my 17th birthday, and during the summertime when I would go visit him for the 3 months and whatnot, I would work at the lumber yard that the main guy owned in the small town in Nebraska. During the times that they needed extra hands, I would go and work with my dad, pouring concrete, digging basements, digging fucking sewer pipelines, building fucking brand new lines for fire extinguishers. All of that dirt work, concrete, I've done it. When I was in high school, the last 2 years when I moved in with my dad, I was really into watercraft, riding the jet ski. My dad had a jet ski that I bought from him that I was riding since I was 11 years old. Loved the water, always wanted to be on the water. So I was looking into it, going to Wyotech for watercraft. Shame is their only campus for watercraft was in Daytona Beach, Florida. Tuition was cheaper, but you had to find your own place to live. So I was like, well, do I really want to go down there? And this was like during hurricane season. I'm like, yeah, no. So what I did the second best thing. I went to the diesel department.
Mm-hmm.
I did the basic, the schooling for Wyotech there when they had it. I can't remember if they still have it or not because they're a bunch of legal bullshit and whatnot. But I did the basic diesel and the advanced diesel. Basic was 6 months, and then the advanced was another 3 months. So in 9 months, Granted, I never touched a diesel engine in my life. I went to Wyotech. I can tear one apart, put it back together, no problem.
Hell yeah.
I started in October and graduated in June. And of course, they do the job fairs and whatnot. So, you go around, you do your short little interviews and you sign your name and all this other fucking bullshit. And then they call you, blah, blah, blah. July, I was working at a truck stop on I-80 in Big Springs, Nebraska. And a side note to Big Springs, Nebraska, there ain't nothing big in Big Springs except for the truck stop. There's less than 500 people that live in that town.
Don't forget the water tower.
Billy,
the water tower.
Did you have anything you wanted to add to this? Because I know you said you could do a whole show on it, but I'm curious.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll put another bow on this issue. This is like a big circular problem, right? Because we'll start with the government. The government, they said, okay, we can put all these regulations into the workforce to make sure that the grounds didn't get polluted and that people have a minimum wage and blah, 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 right?
Right.
So then companies said, well, shit, in order for us to make a decent profit, we can't, it was getting to the point where they couldn't make a decent profit on whatever the hell they were selling. So they said, oh, we can go over to China and have it made for pennies, the same product, and look at all this money we can make. So then
Child slave labor
over here
no.
started losing jobs. We don't manufacture in this country anymore.
Yeah, it's a big
It wasn't
problem.
that long ago. I was just talking to somebody about this. I don't know what it was about. A snow blower I had built in 1994. That thing lasted until 2 years ago. American made. The engine still fired up. First pull every time. But the freaking blade was just rusted from, 30 years of use. So I had to go buy a new one. Could not find one that was made in the USA. They don't make them in the USA anymore.
Nope.
And that's how many products can you lay out that are one made here and one made in China? And I can tell you the difference is vast in the amount of manufacturing that happens over there compared to here. And when people talk about World War III, for example, right? My mind instantly thinks about what happened in World War II, where this country buckled down and we all went, the people who could work, they all went and they were building fucking tanks and planes. That's how we won that war. Was our manufacturing might. I have barely run into people these days who know how to do the basic of any kind of mechanical anything.
Right.
And
I
can't
think
change a
about-
tire or change their own oil.
No,
Right.
and that's
we need to
Go
get
ahead.
manufacturing back here. That's that's really the big problem. And I can only see that happening with some kind of war where we're not going to be trading with China anymore.
Well, I mean, that might come true.
Man.
Really quick, gentlemen. My daughter is calling me, so it's time to snuggle up and finish the last of Frozen.
Enjoy.
I had fun talking to you guys. It's nice seeing Jimmy again, and
Oh yeah, man.
Billy Vaughn Bad Corn. It was good meeting you. Fear, it was cool.
Nice meeting you.
Mondo, I know I've been in a party with you before, and of course Rhino, one of my dearest and unfortunately longest friends.
Hey, if you're feeling upset about anything we talked about tonight, just remember, let it go.
Oh, I'm not letting it go. I'm getting a lawyer.
Go
All right,
outside and build a snowman.
I'm probably going to take a deal on that too. So let's
Hey,
outside.
you don't know Elsa like I know Elsa. You heartless bitch.
Get off my stream. Get out of here.
All right, you guys
your
have a
face
good one.
around here again.
What face? But all right, you guys take it easy.
All right, man. Have a good night. All right, and I think we'll end the show on this last little video, and then we'll have some fucking fun. If you guys want to stick around for the after party, you're more than welcome to, but it is late as fuck, so if you don't, I don't blame you. And I wonder how many times I've cussed on the show tonight. If anybody wants to tally that up, if you're really bored, now or in the future, please feel free to tally that up and post it in the comments after the show so I can keep track of how much I'm pissing off YouTube. Or made a
now that cunt Susan's gone,
well,
we can,
yeah, but they're
full
algorithms.
on party.
Well, it's not official yet.
Fuckers.
It's not official yet,
Damn.
and I did catch the name of her replacement. I didn't do any research on him.
Yeah, like,
but
Hein Humphreys, or I don't know. I'm fucking making.
Don't get your hopes up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
And who said that it was
it's a different
only
pig.
her?
What's that?
Nobody said that it was just her that was calling the shots, making YouTube more and more shitty.
Yeah,
I guarantee you she's got minions that have similar values that she does throughout the company.
It's like what I told
mind.
It's like what I told Pop and Blake on Thursday when I jumped in to test out their StreamYards and whatnot. I told him, I was like, yeah, she's going away, but don't get your hopes up because, that and, why is it such a coincidence that whenever Congress or
they want to do an investigation, somebody steps down?
Yes. Republicans, I'm putting those in quotes because I don't trust anyone in Congress. Jimmy Jordan. What?
Finish your point, you fucking waffler.
Sorry, man. I'm waffle. Jim Jordan said, we're going to be subpoenaing all these bigwigs and big tech. And then Susan steps down.
Yeah.
Coincidence? Yeah.
I think not. Nope.
I think not.
And our new guy, fuck you, new guy. He's from the Trust and Safety Council of YouTube. So I trust him because he's all about safety. All right. We're going to pop up that last little. He's different.
We have to be inclusive to everybody and all of their problems and issues.
Well, I identify as
for everybody.
I identify as a trans Mexican woman. Therefore, if I want to say fuck on my stream, I know my rights. I just want to point that out. Okay. So let's get this right.
I identify.
I'm inclusive to everybody because
you.
I fucking hate everybody. So
all right, Jimmy, we're gonna play this last video, and like I said, if you want to do the after party, I'll post a link. I'm probably gonna tap out 5 minutes into it because it's late. It is fucking late. But let's play this last video.
Gonna make it that far.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. If you need to tap out now, get the fuck out of here. Go to bed. I don't blame you. It's all good, man.
So let's do the video. Let's wrap it up. Let's go. Come on.
I'm wrapping it up. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking.
Is being stagnant.
Yeah, he can't work under this kind of pressure.
Go on that point for a second, because in the 1970s, of course, automation really changed the quality of jobs that American workers had, and then we had the kind of neoliberalism that exported and outsourced a lot of jobs as well. Wages have not gone.
That sounds like what Billy just said.
Up. They have been stagnant. Inflation has gone up. Prices have gone up. You have talked about how the credit industry has compensated for that. Elaborate on that and kind of what the consequences have been for the average worker.
It's one of the most important phenomena about America's condition today, the question you've just posed. Starting in the 1970s, a century and a half of rising wages, real wages for Americans, stopped. Now, if you have a population that enjoys a rising standard of living for 150 years and then it stops, it doesn't take an advanced degree in psychology to understand that is going to shake people. Americans had become used to this idea. We live in a charmed place where every generation lives better than the one before. Our kids will do better than we did. It's kind of built in. If you work hard and you study, you will make it. This is the place that people come to have that experience. And for 150 years, there was something to it. You could see why it became part of our consciousness as Americans, because we actually enjoyed it. But that means that if it stops, which it did in the 1970s, and it has never resumed since then, you're going to have a serious shock for the population. What we did in the United States, starting in the 70s when this really happened, we've pretended it wasn't happening. It's a little bit like our conversation of covering your eyes. We didn't deal with it. No leading politician dared to say, well, we've got a new world, my fellow Americans. Your standard of living isn't going anywhere. So we didn't face it as a nation. We didn't discuss it, and we didn't develop any strategy. We let the American people solve the problem by themselves. Well, what did they do? Two things that changed modern life. Number one, if you can't make more wages per hour of labor because it's not going anywhere, you do more hours. You take a second job, a third job. If you're an older person, you come out of retirement, go back to work. If you're a young person, you save up for college by taking a job on Saturdays or maybe in the summer, etc. We did more work, which did a lot to destroy families because there was no time left. The biggest single thing is we took women, particularly white women, who had been at home and sent them out to work because the family could not get the American dream unless she went out to work. None of this was taken into account. None of this was really understood. And it turned out it wasn't enough in any case. It couldn't solve the problem of a stagnant wage if you wanted to keep up with the American dream. Have a nice house, send your kid to college, enjoy the things that daily advertising was prompting you to enjoy. So what did the American people do? They borrowed. They borrowed in a way no working class in any other country had ever done before. People don't remember, but the 1970s was the time we invented the mass credit card. Before that, a credit card, American Express, was a businessman's technique of keeping records of expenses. Now it was pushed into everybody's wallet, not just one card. Dozens of cards. We redesigned wallets to hold the numerical number of cards. Stores gave us a card, a MasterCard, and all of that. We borrowed. We borrowed for our houses. We borrowed to buy our car. We borrowed with our credit card. And in the last 25 years, we invented a new borrowing, student loan. So now families are besieged by debt. But here's the irony. What kept the American economy going, what kept alive the American dream, which is no longer affordable, was a binge on debt, the likes of which we had never seen before. 2008, it crashed. Why? Because you can't keep having more and more debts on a stagnant wage foundation. The day will come when you can't service the debt. We call it in economics. You can't cover the interest and pay back your debt, and it becomes unsustainable. And we're still in a trapped economy because our people can't earn more and they can't borrow anymore because they've already shown the limits to what debt can be built up by the American people, which is one of the reasons you have the turmoil and the difficulty in our culture that we have now. We can't sell goods because Americans cannot buy them, neither with their wages, which aren't enough, nor with their debts, which they can't increase the way they once did. And so we're at a point where there's no other way out, which is a deep cause of both the Trump phenomena and the turmoil in American society as people try to figure out what to do, how to handle it, who's to blame for it. All of these urgent questions come out of this economic history of the last 40 years.
No one wants to forgive the debt, of course.
No.
It's an inevitability that we're going to have another crash similar to the
It sure looks like it. And indeed,
There you go. I don't think we need to say much about this because this is the end of the show, but it kind of wraps up everything we were talking about anyway. Fun times. So we have wars and rumors of war, economic crisis, and fear and doom. Polska's not here to remind us this is all just fear porn, but I mean, yeah. And we've got AI taking over. So for those of you that watched all the way to the end, we should have covered AI probably a little bit more. We'd spent the first half on it, but that was it was a missed opportunity.
Kill yourself after watching the stream.
Say that again.
I said, unload your gun so you don't kill yourself after watching. God's
Yeah.
sake, Rhino.
I just made
You're leaving
everybody
us
in
on
the
a
audience
depressive note.
depressed. No, I will tell you, everything's going to hell. Please stock up on food and water and ammunition, and Do something for
you
yourself.
can this,
That's
right?
not the way to end it.
All right, let's Billy take this out. Let me try. Wait, let me try this one more time. You're all fucked. The only promise in life is death and taxes. Have a great night. All right,
No,
Billy, go ahead
no.
and fix this.
No, everything is fine. Everything's good. Go back to sleep. Don't worry about anything. We're not going to get into a war. You're not going to starve. It's all good. Shh. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. It's okay.
Do you really trust this corn-looking motherfucker to tell you the truth? Look, the world's going to shit. Prepare or die. That's basically your options.
While
all right?
I haunt you in your dreams and nightmares.
Don't trust the fucking corn. Don't trust the fucking corn. All right. On that
Well,
note, we're going to
you
get
do
the
know
fuck.
corn's the only thing that looks the same after you digest it.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I do know this from experience. I've seen the back end.
They call them tracer rounds.
Tracer rounds.
So I'm going to try to end this on a light note,
Jesus.
but disgusting.
Within 30 seconds or less.
If you eat corn, pick it out of your shit, and then you can wash it off and re-ingest it, and it's
Oh, Jimmy.
recyclable food. Sorry. I'll see myself out. I'll see myself out.
The world is a really fucked up place. Aren't you glad that somebody decided to make you? Let's take us the fuck out of here. I'll see you guys next week. Jesus fuck. Let me get rid of this guy. Let me get rid of this guy. I'm going to get rid of this guy. I'm going to get rid of this guy too. Maybe I'll get rid of myself. No, I'm not going to get rid of myself. Let's get rid of this. I'm just taking care of business while you guys are still here. But anyway, thank your parents for bringing you into this world. If you're angry about it, they're the ones to talk to. You're welcome. I gave you great life advice. Enjoy your weekend. I will see you guys next week. Oh, by the way, thank you. And if you want to support this channel, head over to RedPillRhino.com where you can donate on Cash App or PayPal as long as they'll have me, which they'll probably ban me soon. Either way, thank you for your support. Love you guys. No homo. And I'll see you later.
I learned a lot. And I learned that, I learned a lot. Anyway, Bo is associated here. Anyway, the point I want to make is, I learned so much. I learned black, white, all colors, all backgrounds, but I mean, come on, man. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone deserves a shot, you know. Come on, man. You know the thing. You know what I mean? You know the thing. You know what I mean? Come on, man. What I have to do is I have to continue talking about the things. Come on, man. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw. I learned that I got hairy legs that turned blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight and then watch the hair come back up again. Then I learned about kids jumping on my lap. My butt kids jumping on my lap. Oh, I'm in trouble. What are we, nuts? Dead. You know, come on, man. Give me a little break here. Get a life. Taking cocaine or not? What do you think? Come on, man. Black, white, all colors, all backgrounds, but I mean, come on, man. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone deserves a shot, you know. Come on, man. You know the thing. You know what I mean? You know the thing. You know what I mean? Come on, man. You have a problem figuring out whether you're from me or Trump, and you ain't black. Come on, man. The Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. I can hardly wait to meet with that guy who is the stable genius. Come on, man. I am very willing to let the public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. Come on, man. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids, wealthy kids. Come on, man. I mean, come on. Take a look at the record. I know a lot of weed smokers. Come on, man. Black, white, all colors, all backgrounds, but I mean, come on, man. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone deserves a shot, you know. Come on, man. You know the thing. You know what I mean? You know the thing. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Why the hell would I take a test? I am, come on, man.
I will your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, well, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat.
We are the arbiters of this society.
Repeat after me. As a good citizen, we must maintain a neutral carbon footprint. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs.
This is a world that we create and manage. The people, they need to be controlled. We will give them truths, but only our truths. They are not to seek information anywhere else.
It is my job to keep order. So what you saw didn't happen. Erase everything.
You a grunt? I used to be one, and I was good at it.
I know. Things were simpler then. I have some questions.
You need to understand, we're being hunted.
By who?
Bring him to me.
This breaks the world.
Your story isn't over yet. There's still a page left.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back? You ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore. I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south. Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?